Good morning and welcome to the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services. I am Councillor Vivian Santos, the City Councillor for Point Douglas, as well as your chairperson for today's meeting for Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. I want to quickly acknowledge that we are meeting on Treaty 1 territory, the traditional homelands of the Red River Métis that we all have the privilege of living on. Also want to acknowledge our ancestral territory lands, as well as our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake Band number 40 in Treaty 3. And I want to quickly acknowledge that our neighbors in Treaty 5 also provide us with hydroelectricity. I have other members, city councillors that are joining us. I have Councillor Mathieu Allard, Councillor Cindy Gilroy. We have members from the Public Service Center here, our Senior Committee Clerk, Leah Callan, who is in for Peter Prinsloo. And today we also have our CAO, Mr. Joe Dunford, joining us. If I could have a motion to, what's the motion? Can you read it out loud, Madam Clerk?
Sure. Leave of absence.
Yeah, leave of absence for city business. So moved by Councillor Allard. All those in favor? Aye, and that's carried. If I can have someone move the minutes of the meeting held on October 6th, 2025 to be taken as read and confirmed. Moved by Councillor Gilroy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and that's carried. I also need a motion to approve the addendum report for a community incentive grant for Island Lakes Residents Group, item number 11.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Councillor Allard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and it's carried unanimously. All right, we're moving into delegations. All right, go ahead, Madam Clerk. You can walk us through, please.
Okay, Councillor Mays from the St. Patel Ward is joining us via Zoom with respect to Report 9. Councillor?
Hello.
Hello.
You can hear me okay?
I hear you and see you. Go right ahead.
Yeah, this is an item that Councillor Allard and I have been pushing forward with. It is a naming of a park asset, not a naming of a park, so it need not go through the Welcoming Winnipeg process. As we all know, if you're trying to name a park or bridge other city assets, not roads, but other city assets, community centers, that needs to go through the Welcoming Winnipeg process. But this is naming a particular asset in a park. So we don't need to go through the Welcoming Winnipeg process. So Councillor Allard and I just need your approval here today and we can wrap this matter up. This is an attempt to name an outdoor classroom for a Nobel Prize winner who comes from the St. Boniface and St. Vital area. We had first tried to name a street for Mr. Peebles, Dr. Peebles, and that ran into problems with the sound-alike machinery. Then Councillor Allard and I moved to name a park for Dr. Peebles, and that ran into some controversy. So my thanks to Councillor Allard. We withdrew that a few months ago, and we've moved forward with this idea to name an outdoor classroom, brand new asset that I paid for that's opened in St. George Park. It's right near St. George School. St. George School, as you may know, is quite near Glenlawn Collegiate, and Peebles was a student at Glenlawn, graduated there, graduated U of M, and then went on to this glittering career, winning a Nobel Prize in physics at Princeton, best job title in the world, Albert Einstein Professor of Science at Princeton University. Hard to say anything negative about that. So I appreciate this has taken quite a while to get here. Dr. Peebles is over 90 years old. You may remember we voted to name a park in Councillor Wyatt's ward for a retired police officer who was over 90. We actually had to waive Welcoming Winnipeg to do that. Here you don't need to do that. You just need to approve this. The funds needed to name the park are coming out of my ward funds. Councillor Allard and I can show up and hopefully do a ribbon cutting next year, hopefully with Dr. Peebles and his family when he's back in Winnipeg. So again, I don't think that this isn't short-circuiting or end-running the Welcoming Winnipeg process. I know Councillor Gilroy had concerns about that. This is not doing that. You don't need to do that. We didn't do that for things like, well, there was a basketball court in my ward that got named. Didn't need to go through Welcoming Winnipeg. I think the Chad Posthumous one is another recent example. So not trying to end run Welcoming Winnipeg, just straightforward. It's a park amenity. Mr. Peebles obviously very worthy of this honor. He is quite elderly, so we would like to get this concluded. I'll pay for it out of my ward funds. My thanks to Councillor Allard for working with me on this throughout. And we're close to the finish line here finally after several years of trying to figure out what we could do to name something for this gentleman. So certainly a worthy recipient. And we have written confirmation from him that he would support this and appreciates the honor. So I don't know if there are any questions or anything you need clarified, but again, we are not end running the Welcoming Winnipeg process. It's a park asset. It's not a park itself. So Emily Potter basketball court in my ward, we didn't have to go through Welcoming Winnipeg. Similar process here. So hopefully you can just approve the thing today and we can get the signage up and honor Dr. Peebles next spring.
Thank you for those comments. Really appreciate that. Any questions for the counselor? Saying none? Okay.
I would just, I know people voted to waive Welcoming Winnipeg to honor the elderly police officer. I know people were comfortable doing that. We don't need to do that here. It's just, I think both Councillor and Allard, given the age of the honoree, we would like to get this confirmed as soon as possible if we can. So thank you.
And I think I'm looking to Madam Clerk, it stops here, right? It's not going up to council. We have the jurisdiction to support item number 9 after we hear from the public service. Okay, yeah, if you heard that, Councillor,
yeah.
You're supportive of that.
That's my understanding. Yeah.
Perfect. Sounds good.
Thank
you. All right, thank you. Up next.
Okay, next is Councillor Lukes from the Waverly West Board, who's joining us in person with respect to report 1.
Good morning.
Hello,
good morning. So yes, I'm going to speak with respect to report 1, but I did want to speak also to report 10 briefly. Basically just the same as Councillor Mays had said, is that the Manitoba Cricket Association has a 25-year lease on land in La Barriere Park. And they wanted to put a sign up, which I've already funded from my land dedication, that says, I think it's Manitoba Cricket Association cricket fields. It's in the report. So Parks Department said I had to come here. It is an asset. I don't know why I had to come here to do this, but anyways, we've got the bilingual park sign up front. I paid for that. La Barriere Park, both ways. But the Cricket Association, we just want another small sign. I've looked at other parks, St. Vital Park, Kildonan Park, when we name other assets, and just to what everything he said. So now I'll speak to number 1, which is the fireworks motion. So in speaking with the fire department, confirming what I believe to be the situation, the city hasn't done a review of the firework policy in the urban environment for at least the past 15 years. I believe it is time for the fire department to do a review and come back to council with some recommendations on how the city can ensure the safe use of these explosive devices. I want to be clear, it's not my intent to ban fireworks in the city of Winnipeg. I understand that fireworks are an ancient tradition that dates back to 7th century China and have been used to mark important cultural festivities and life celebrations. I know in the area that I represent, we are constantly celebrating many events. The Festival of Lights, Vaisakhi, Christmas, Halloween, New Year's. I think between January and March, I go to 6 different New Year's celebrations. Victoria Day, Canada Day, the list that goes on. And I know many of my residents just gather to celebrate living in Canada, the joy of living in Canada, and at these occasions can see the use of fireworks, which is wonderful. We love to celebrate. But for a fact, during some of these celebrations, explosive fireworks can get out of control and create safety hazards. It's my intent with this motion to update the use of these explosive devices in an increasingly urbanized environment. And fireworks are just that, explosives. They're governed under the Explosive Act of Canada. The Act oversees the manufacture, testing, acquisition, possession, sales, storage, transportation, importation, and exportation of explosives, including fireworks. So our city is growing and densifying. Lots are becoming smaller and smaller. We're planting hectares and hectares of beautiful native grasses, which year-round, I'm constantly worrying about them being accidentally set on fire by sparks of any kind. Now here's one for you to consider. The other evening I was driving south on Kenniston towards the perimeter and saw very high and long in duration a fireworks display coming from a home in Prairie Point. The neighborhood of Prairie Point is located directly across from the Brady landfill. All I could think of was, what if the fireworks sparks blew across the perimeter and ignited with the methane gas pipes that are extending from the landfill and blew up the landfill? Now, I know that sounds far-fetched, but methane gas is highly flammable and can be ignited by a spark under the right conditions. Can you imagine blowing up the landfill? Anyways, now here's another one. I wanted to show you this here. So, oh my goodness.
It'd be more environmentally friendly for CO2 equivalent emissions.
Okay, and I want to show you this one. So I didn't load the video. I just did some screenshots of it. So this is crazy, okay? This is a neighborhood in Winnipeg. This is a prominent real estate agent that posts this on Facebook. That posts it on, put in the music, put in the partying, and like, look at the background here, right? Like Suburbia Central. And this just, like, it's just unbelievable. This year in Edmonton, a house burned and caught on fire because of fireworks. So I recognize the jurisdictional review will come back with a wide range of results. A simple scan of the web show some cities allow low hazard explosive fireworks only with a permit from licensed professionals. Some cities have an outright ban. Some cities allow private use on certain holidays. Some cities allow fireworks on private property, but not in parks and streets. Some have fines of $5,000 up to $10,000. Last week, I was in a store selling fireworks. I had to park somewhere, so I parked there. I went in, I introduced myself. It was like a candy store, right? Huge wall of fireworks, huge bombs. And literally that's what some are called, bombs, for sale to anyone 18 years and older. No need for a permit. No need to say where you're exploding them, just walls and walls of explosives. Okay, I'm gonna need about 2 more minutes.
Sure. Councillor Lard moves extension 2 minutes. All those in favor? Aye. It's carried. Go ahead.
So yes, cities have all kinds of approaches. Now, during the past few weeks related to the fireworks discussion, which has been ongoing, which I think we've seen a lot of, what I hear is Winnipeg has good regulations on the sale and use of fireworks. The real issue is enforcement. I've been told this over and over, and that I'm wasting people's time. So let's focus on enforcement. In speaking with the fire department, this is what they tell me. It's virtually impossible to catch people in the act in order to press charges. Identifying where the fireworks are set off from, who set them off, and whose property was used is very challenging to issue tickets. So yes, they can stop by after the fact and issue warnings, and I sent them to Mr. Real Estate here. And education is very important but what I've come to learn, and I think many of you counselors have, is that about 90% of the population follows the rules and regulations, and about 10% just doesn't, often ruining good things for others, thus requiring police, rules, jails, whatever. And you can also understand that in our very busy city, with fire paramedics being called to so many house fires, that, to be frank, chasing down fireworks is probably not a top 10 priority. My motion asks for the fire department to provide recommendations to control the use of fireworks in the city of Winnipeg. I don't know what the answer is, but I'm going to trust that the fire department will come up with regulations that can be better enforced. And maybe that means requiring to buy a permit. Maybe that means only sanctioned events can occur. I'm not sure. I want to leave it up to them. But I want to close with a few comments to industry. It is my hope that when the fire department does a cross-jurisdictional review, that they reach out to local businesses that sell fireworks and gather their input. I recognize any change from what we currently have will most likely have an impact on businesses that sell explosives, and that it is important that they be consulted for their input towards an updated policy. And I'll just pass you these images so you can.
We'll add that part of her presentation. Thank you, Councillor Lukes. I did have a couple of questions about the consult part. I think I've received some submissions from businesses that are concerned about that. So what you're saying is it's important that Winnipeg Fire Paramedics consult, have some robust consult, or just, you know, kind of survey the businesses on recommendations, or what are you suggesting?
Important that they just go to the businesses and hear what they have to say, and take all this information, what other cities are doing, what the businesses have to say, looking at what they can actually do for enforcement. Because I did a sanctioned event, I rounded up 10 grand, and we had a big party. We had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people out. And for a fact, for sure, it did decrease the number of, I'm gonna call it rogue firework parties that we had or that were reported. But still, we've got Prairie Point blasting off right at the foot of the land hill. And Mr. Real Estate here, I don't know where, I don't know exactly where that was, but it doesn't matter, right? It's super close in the city by houses. So a sanctioned event, and I'm gonna do one. As much as I can round up 10 grand here and there from people, I'm gonna keep doing them because people love it, right? They love it. They came out, was such a respectful event. I don't know how you rein this rogue crowd in, if it's possible. I guess you can educate all you want, but look, we educate all we want on speed. That doesn't work. We have to put in speed humps or whatever, right? So,
Turning to your event, you were required to get a permit from the city of Winnipeg. Is that
yeah,
correct?
so we hired a company who got the permit. We had to get the signature from the landowner. So we had to do those two things.
Mhm.
I don't think we charge a fee.
What about purchasing when the guy that you worked with, when he purchased the fireworks, did he have to show his permit to the fireworks?
Yeah, well,
business?
we did a really big one, so we decided to let the business do the whole thing. They put on the show. A couple companies in town do that. They will put on the show. Another company will only sell you the fireworks. But if you go into the store to buy fireworks, you don't need a permit, you don't need anything. You just come into the candy store and pick out what you want, right? So it's enforcement. Like, there's always going to be rogue people. I don't know how you enforce it. Do you charge a fee for a permit? Maybe you charge a fee for a permit. Maybe you make them say, what's the land you're letting this off on? I can see people buying fireworks in the city, going out to Falcon Lake or wherever, they might get a, I don't know, there's perspectives on this from every angle, right? But I just really feel as we densify our city, and as we have homes closer and closer together, we're filling our city full of native prairie grasses, which is wonderful. Things can go wrong, like we saw in Edmonton. And it is upsetting. The bylaw of noise ends at, 11 o'clock?
Yeah.
Well, I know, I've been to parties that go till 3 or 4 in the morning, right? Like, I confess, don't take pictures of me at these parties. I'm telling you, don't blast fireworks off, right? But it happens. Things happen. So how do you rein them in?
Really appreciate that feedback and coming out and talking to some good points. Any further questions on her motion?
I don't know,
You
it's
wanna
a hard
save it for
one,
the public
right?
It's
service?
just,
We can save it for the public
for
service.
the public service, just like my main thought is that like in certain parts of the world, certain cultures, certain ethnocultural communities, this is just normal. And this is not frightening. So that's the one thing.
I know, but we are here in Winnipeg, Manitoba,
It's true.
4 feet away from houses and houses, and we are here. We're not anywhere else.
Okay,
Okay?
noted. Thank you, Counselor. All right, up next.
Okay, next is Aline Kanji, Chief Advocacy Officer, Canadian National Fireworks Association, to be heard with respect to report 1. And Aline is joining us via Zoom today.
Sure.
Hey, Aline.
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, members and staff. I just want to make sure everyone can hear me before I begin.
Yes, we can hear you and see you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So just by virtue of my letter, and hopefully folks have had a chance to look at it, my name is Aline Kanji. I am the Chief Advocacy Officer for the Canadian National Fireworks Association. And yes, there is an association for fireworks. We represent over 4,000 vendors, exhibitors, enthusiasts as well, in the very legal and permissible industry of fireworks, including a couple of key businesses in Winnipeg that employ people that operate in a very regulated fashion. They are not candy stores. I want to point that out. They are age-gated as well. And we'll talk about some of the components of my letter and some of the comments made. And quite frankly, as this potential review comes forward, how we're able to help and work together, because we do work with municipalities across the country in helping them with their bylaws, really predicated on the whole notion of education and enforcement. I want to make clear this is a very legal and regulated industry. I know the word ban is used in the motion in terms of a listing of cities at this point that fireworks is banned. That's something we can help with and provide that to staff. I do think your review respectfully should flow beyond the fire department. I know there was a comment made earlier around cultural celebrations, and yes, Winnipeg is growing, but it's also culturally diverse. Lunar New Year and Diwali, for example, are celebrated by more people on Earth than any other holidays, and that includes Christmas. I'm not suggesting this is a free for all. I'm suggesting to work with us so that we can help bring forward more regulated and suitable changes. And yes, we can certainly show you a list of where fireworks are banned. And what I can also show you is that in those cities that have banned them, coming back to Councillor Luke's point, there's actually greater issues. The problem of enforcement, the underground, illegal, illicit market that you will be giving birth to and opening the red carpet to by potentially banning fireworks. And I want to make note of that because that is in the motion. Recommendations to control the use of fireworks in the city of Winnipeg, we can help with that. I think you've got to bring the book on people that are using the product nefariously. If your noise bylaw has an 11 p.m. curfew, people shouldn't be out celebrating. Go and enforce that. I'm sure the number one complaint in your city is likely noise and loud music. It's not, and parties, it's not fireworks. So go and enforce that bylaw, but really educate people. And we can do that through vendors, people that sell right at the point of sale. If you throw the industry out, it will be impossible to do that. And the other component outside of buying on a underground black market is that people can also buy online. They don't have to leave their couch and they can purchase fireworks. So, you know, this sort of banning mechanism, it's our experience in cities across the country, simply does not work. I know it was mentioned earlier around sanctioned events, but again, large events, it's our experience in cities across the country, do not replace individual celebrations. In fact, fireworks are about community building. When you look at smaller events, be that Canada Day or other days where fireworks are allowed to be used, where they actually bring people together. Not everyone can go to a large event that's being put on by the city. There may be mobility, accessibility issues, and people want to celebrate in their community. And they should do so following the rules in a respectful way. Yes, speed is an issue. I know that was mentioned earlier by the councillor, but I think we'd be certainly raising a lot of questions if we said, let's look at cities that ban cars, because that's what the second component of this motion is doing. And I think we have to look at more controls. In the same way as this very regulated legal industry, we should do the same. And we can follow the rules that the federal government lays out in the Explosives Regulatory Act. So as I conclude, I'd like to say that the offer is open to work together through programs like our Be a Good Neighbor program, where we educate people. I'm holding it up. You can see it right at the point of sale, in providing folks with the federal rules on fireworks. These are ways we can work together. This should be embedded in your bylaw, as our education and training programs that I'd be happy to answer questions on should be embedded in a new provision that looks at how fireworks are used and sold in Winnipeg. And I'd be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Aline. Really appreciate your comments. I do have a copy of your letter. However, I did not receive a copy of that pamphlet that you had shown. Maybe if you can send that via email to my office, I think that would be great, and I can share that with the Winnipeg Fire Paramedics. Could you talk about, maybe you can't talk about it, but I do want to bring up an incident that had occurred in Edmonton where, fireworks were set off within a community. I think you had made a comment here about sanctioned events and that it does not replace individual peoples from firing fireworks in their community. And you made it sound like that you support that they should be able to set off fireworks in the community. But how do I respond to calls of action when we're seeing things and incidences like similar in Edmonton where a vehicle, a garage was destroyed, a house was destroyed, and 3 people were charged. So how do I respond to that to Winnipeggers?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. And just on your first point, I'm happy to share with you and members of council and folks at the City of Winnipeg in advance of the review that's being taken place, which I humbly submit should extend beyond the fire department to other departments, not just our Be a Good Neighbor program and information around that. And really it's built on a few simple tenets, and I'll get to your question about Edmonton as well. And that is to make sure that people prepare ahead of time, respect their neighbors, celebrate responsibly, inform their community, be safe when using fireworks, and clean up when they're done. This goes beyond a pamphlet that we're doing because it's actually embedded in terms of what retailers selling fireworks must do. I'm also happy to share with you and members of the committee various research papers. You can find them at nationalfireworks.ca, including one on the banning of fireworks. And we'll talk about Edmonton momentarily, cultural communities and fireworks, the different classes of fireworks, fireworks and the environment. I'd be happy to answer questions on that as well, because I know that was raised earlier, and drones as an alternative to fireworks. I will be following up to send that with you. But to your questions around Edmonton, let me be
Aline, before you go forward, I'm assuming that that pamphlet comes in other languages such as French, Chinese, like you can have them converted into other languages, because you showed me one pamphlet, it looked like it was just Punjabi language, but it does come in other languages as well that are spoken here in Winnipeg, because there's Chinese festivities, right? There's French Canadian, so
it's
in other languages.
it's in the language of English.
Okay.
It's in the language of English, but we recognize that there are other communities that use them as well. So when you actually look at our website, not only do we have our national languages of English and French, but we have other ethnic languages as well when we look at celebrations like Diwali and Lunar New Year. So that is paramount, and that is something that we do not just digitally through our website, but right at the point of sale. And once again, if there are considerations of a ban as being put forward in this motion, you will strip the industry out of town, because we won't be able to do that simply because we won't be able to sell. Whereas your residents will continue to purchase the products online and in other communities where they will not be given the information pertinent to Winnipeg's bylaw, be that existing or what could be changed. So this is why it's really important we partner together on what's coming up. Madam Chair, I'd like to come to your questions on Edmonton. It's really important to reflect what happened in Edmonton. As I said earlier, our members are dedicated to the safe and responsible use of fireworks. And we view these incidents with the utmost seriousness. Now, one thing is clear. I encourage all of you to look at Edmonton's bylaw, which actually has a ban in place. And I think it raises the questions, does the ban actually work? Because if there's a ban in place, why are there incidents like this happening? People need to follow the rules and obey the law. And it is clear that there are some that are not doing that. It is clear that these products are being purchased outside of the city of Edmonton, either online or through a neighboring city where they are being used. And by the way, this bylaw has been in effect for probably greater than 7 or 8 years, if my math is right. So, it points to evidence that, people aren't following the rules. And more importantly, the ban that exists in Edmonton is not working. And there's really no opportunity for the industry to educate people at the point of sale, whether it's the misuse of products, whether it's ensuring that they use the products properly. I know there were some images shared by Councillor Lukes earlier that showed people holding products illegally. You need to enforce that bylaw. You need to be out there. Perhaps bylaw should confirm with the supposed real estate agent and say, where was this taken, and go out and enforce the bylaw. I think your fine structure is incredibly low right now. And I could point to other cities where we have seen an increase of fines that has acted as a major deterrent. I'll give you one example, and that is Mississauga, that last week, 2 weeks ago, decided not to ban fireworks. However, they decided as a council a few months before that to impose a heavier fine, upwards of $100,000 for the misuse of fireworks. So if that's happening after hours, that will be enforced. That's a deterrent. That is something that Winnipeg doesn't have. I bring that up because Winnipeg and Mississauga are very comparable in size in terms of their population. And I hope that answers your questions and giving you some context on Winnipeg and some other cities. I want to remain clear. We are here to help. We are here to help strengthen your bylaw. I do attend FCM every year. I will be actually in Edmonton next year for FCM, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. I know this is going to be resolved, hopefully by then, with this expected 120-day report that's coming forward, but we would like to work together. Our industry is strong. They support employment and families, and beyond that, they want to do the right thing in helping if there is a review coming forward. And obviously, through my role, I will be supportive of that. To you, your staff, beyond the fire department. Hopefully your bylaw department is involved in this review as well. I hope your communications department is involved in this review as well. And I believe that this should go beyond just a token consulting with others, as was what was said and what we heard earlier. And it should look beyond the notion that fireworks can be used just in sanctioned events, because our experience across the country is that individual use will not stop. It will continue. And that's based on how Canadians continue to celebrate, as the chair brought up earlier, through celebrations that happen across a variety of historical occasions, but fundamentally across occasions that bring Winnipeg residents and communities together.
Okay, thank you, Aline. Appreciate it. I think we do have some questions from Councillor Madallard. Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, I know we have a big agenda today, but other than hearing the proponents using the words banning cars, which I find to be a little bit inflammatory, perhaps pun intended, pun not intended. I'm thinking about how the best accountability we may have is the bricks and mortar stores like those that presumably the speaker represents. Because at the end of the day, if you have bricks and mortar, there's someone you can sue if things go wrong. I'm thinking about the Amazons of the world and how we would go after a vendor if somebody privately bought online, and how difficult it would be to ever enforce. And I know that reading Malcolm Gladwell's new book on fentanyl, the day the illicit market of fentanyl was born in a big way was the same day that the FDA banned the OxyContin in the form that it was being produced in by pharmaceuticals industry. So I really worry about the word ban. I worry about the bricks and mortar places that really are sort of the direct accountability through the bricks and mortar that they have here. And I guess that's a long, maybe a longer way of asking a question of like, isn't that the best argument, is to keep the sales local? That way we have a local connection.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor. And I think actually you're raising some very, very critical and important points, because you're bang on. And yes, there's a pun intended in that comment. Your first line of defense, certainly is the municipality through your enforcement mechanisms. And we all know this, right? Enforcement and a bylaw is only good. Bylaws are only good in terms of how they're enforced and, the teeth involved in that. But you're right, through the bricks and mortar stores. And, we certainly have a couple of them in Winnipeg and the surrounding area. I know they've been public and speaking about that. I think, as I said earlier, Matt, maybe in the room with you this morning, but the accountability is not one dimensional. And what I mean by that is that we can't just say, let's put it on the backs of party X. It's got to be a combined effort wherein the vendors, the retailers can educate at the point of sale. We can ask people, hey, are you using this, for example, for a bar mitzvah? You probably want to get a permit for that. How big is your lot? Here are the kind of products we can recommend. And as I said earlier, stores are age gated because it's not a candy store. It's not a free for all. If fireworks were sold to people that were underage, as in a candy store in the comparison that was brought up, I can assure you that we'd be out of business. The retailers wouldn't exist and the industry wouldn't exist. You know, I don't want to get litigious in terms of the point that was raised by the councillor in terms of going after people or suing. I think getting litigious opens a variety of questions and concerns that nobody wants to deal with. Certainly not taxpayers that would front the bill for a lawsuit, and certainly not the industry, in any industry that the city of Winnipeg may have concerns about. Let's rather partner together. Let's enforce at the point of sale. Let's ensure people are celebrating responsibly. Let's educate at the point of sale. Those are the key facets. And look, as it relates to fentanyl, I'm not diminishing the crisis that's going on across our country. I'm well aware of what's happening in your city acutely and other big Canadian cities, and it's a shame what's happening. But I think we need to be a little bit realistic here in saying that we cannot compare a bona fide legal industry that operates in fireworks, governed by federal law, provincial law, through the fire codes and municipal laws, with a substance that quite frankly is wreaking havoc in communities. It's wreaking havoc with our trading relationships with our friends in the United States. I mean, the comparison there is, I understand the point that perhaps is trying to be made, but fireworks are not fentanyl. Those things are completely unrelated. And I don't think we should be bringing narcotics that are illegal to a legal industry that is fireworks.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Aline. Seeing no further questions, all right, we will move on ahead to our next delegation. Oh, I believe we have a counselor amongst us that wants to speak to a couple of items. If it's the will of a committee to
Where are the rules?
suspend the rules to allow Counselor Wyatt to speak on items 2, 5, and 9, I believe.
1, 2, and 7.
1, 2, and 7. I can hear it. 1, 2, and 7. Okay, so moved by Counselor Allard. All those in favor? Aye. I know you had requested 15 minutes, but we're giving you 5 minutes.
Each, I'll try to,
5 minutes.
first of all, number one, I would say this about fireworks, that, Diwali is here to stay, is a celebration in our city. And I think we have to be cognizant of the fact that, we don't want to make it difficult for people to have these celebrations, but we want to have some structure in terms of safety. And I think the last presenter spoke well to a lot of that. But I can tell you that somebody who, along with Councillor Bawadi, who sponsored a Diwali fireworks in Northeast Winnipeg, we hired a professional fireworks firm, Archangel, who did a wonderful job. We did ask the organizations to seek Gurdwaras and Sporting League to help clean up after. We actually asked that. We asked them to put that in writing. There was some cleanup, but they didn't clean up to the extent. There were people still doing things after. They realize now, having met with them after the fact, that there needs to be a better job in terms of that, in terms of both an area, where you can do the fireworks, private fireworks, but also the cleanup afterwards. I've also met with the manager of the Valley Gardens Community Club to discuss this, because this is the area that it occurred in. They're very much supportive of the idea of having fireworks in the park behind them. They just feel that it should be a little bit more organized. In other words, let's not, one of the amazing things that came out of that, I can tell you, it was a sense, for the first time, I had a sense from the community that was there. I went to Valley Gardens Junior High, and in the 80s, the community was very small. Now it's growing, and over the last number of decades, it's a very strong part of the Valley Gardens community and Northeast Winnipeg. And for the first time, a lot of the members of the C community felt holy cow, we're now part of the city. We're actually part of Winnipeg because we've had a celebration now in a city park. We never had this before. And we feel like we've kind of come of age in a sense that we're now part of the overall city. And many times, if you ever had the opportunity to feel like what it's like to be a visible minority, I had that opportunity in my early 20s when I went to Africa. And I encourage anybody to have that experience when you all of a sudden feel what it's like to not be the visible majority. It's a feeling that is quite unique. And unless you experience it personally, you can never appreciate it. And I had that appreciation when I was 21, 22. And I went to Africa to teach English in Southern Africa as part of a volunteer national group. And for the first time, they felt, wow, we're part of a community. And so we don't want to take that away either, because that's something that's very special, I think, Madam Chair. And we should put some structure around it, but we should make sure it's not targeted at one group either. You know, just because we're talking about this now, let's be honest, we're talking about this now because what just came out of Diwali. But let's not target one group, because that, right now, we've seen a rise of racism, anti-Semitism, bigotry out there towards transgender. Let's not play into that in any way, shape, or form. We have to be very cognizant of that. So that's what I would say on number one. Number two, the encampments. I spoke about this on the floor council last week. Following the council internal org meeting on Tuesday, I had the opportunity to walk down and talk to some of the residents in the encampment on Waterfront Drive. I spoke to two individuals. I won't release their names. Both of them men. One gentleman, he told me he's in his 30s. He's been in these encampments now for 6 years. His father is in the problem, living homeless, struggling with addiction. He told me about his struggles with addiction with methamphetamine. I opened up about my own personal life and story, gave him cigarettes. We started talking. And he said, I made sure my mother's looked after. My mother, I needed to get her into first of all, an assisted living. And now I got her a personal care home. And she's okay now. So I said, you kind of looked after your mother, but you can't look after, you're struggling. He said, I want to make sure my mother's taken care of. He has children. He made sure his children are not living homeless, that they're living housed, looked after everybody other than himself. I said, have you tried to get housing? He says, I have. Has anybody been down here to talk to you? No, just the police. They say to us, what are you going to do when winter is coming? How are you getting out of here? No outreach, no methods for people to try to find housing or housing with supports. I said to him, a friend of mine went to Europe a couple years back to Holland and came back and told me how in Holland they have
Madam Chair, I'd like to move extension. Do we want to ask how much time or how do you want to proceed, Madam Chair?
if I get 8 more minutes, because I got the other item at 7 as well.
Madam Chair, looking for your guidance.
Do it in 3 minutes.
I'll do my best, Madam Chair, but we've never done
You
this
did
before.
2 minutes on fireworks.
I know
2 minutes on
Councillor Evan
encampments.
Duncan likes to shut
We
down
have a
delegations.
very long agenda with other people.
I understand that.
speaking.
Okay,
One of you-
I heard on the record, Councillor Duncan likes shutting down delegations, the councillor, so I think that's
Councillor
remain.
Duncan, Councillor Santos.
That's what
That's why you're.
that's why I thought, yeah.
So I'm giving-
Oh, I see, he's contrasting and comparing the councillors on the different sides.
That's very different.
Madam Chairperson, I'm prepared to move, how many minutes should I move?
3 minutes.
I move 3-minute extension.
All right,
Thank you.
Madam Chair. So I was gonna say
All those
before,
in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Go ahead.
all right, you wave. The problem we have, Madam Chair, is that we don't have any housing options for these folks. They don't have a fit. In Europe, they have 250, 300 square foot buildings, units where they can go in, where they can close the door. I said, why don't you want to live in the silo or what have you? Well, fights break out between each other. We know each other. Stuff is stolen, even though we don't have much. But they said, yeah, if we had a 250, 300 square foot unit where you have a bed, you know, a shower, somewhere to cook, and you close it on the main floor. What Europeans do is they put wraparound services. They're talking to them every day when they're ready to get out of their situation with addiction. They're prepared to be there with them and to get them right into recovery and into rehab. No 2, 3, 4 month waiting list that you're sitting on here now. We'll get back to you. I see the province is building the detox facility. That's great. What happens after detox? Where are these folks going? Back out in the neighborhood. putting detox facilities in the downtown is one option. The other option is to put them outside the city where they're not coming right out into the neighborhoods where the folks are waiting to basically introduce the same substances. So these are the challenges we have. The last thing on this issue, I'd say, let's stop stigmatizing the people. Let's stop stigmatizing those who are homeless. You call somebody homeless, you've now stigmatized them. You call somebody addicted, you've stigmatized them. You call somebody who is struggling with mental health and addiction, right? And, mentally ill, you've stigmatized them. Dr. Gabor Mate, who wrote Realm of Hungry Ghosts, a bench-breaking book, which basically said it's not a disease. If you want to stigmatize anything, Mate would say, stigmatize the trauma. These people who are struggling on the riverbank in these cabins, most of them have endured horrific traumas in their childhood that we could never imagine, that you could never imagine that yourself going through.
One more minute left.
And I would just say that that's what I'd have to say on that. On the Green Space Master Plan, number 7, if you turn to your report, the action items you're given are excellent. The next steps, okay, page 8. I would strongly recommend that they be listed, that they not be lost. And you should number them. You have 8 action items. You should number them as such. I've talked to staff about this. They seem to be open to it. And some of them have an A and B part to them. And I would encourage you to do that. And I'm happy to give you a copy of this. There's one action item I would add, and that is to tie into existing initiatives underway. We're now doing a secondary plan in South Transcona where we're hopefully going to create a large nature park, a first of its kind of this size and scale in the city. So whatever initiatives are underway, we should leverage that. We're already working on it. Why not we hide it? So that would be another point, another 9 points. And this way, nothing is left. If you put bullets, it's easy to lose. Something drops off. So I would strongly encourage the committee to amend the report accordingly. And that's it. And by the way, good work on that. And number 7, good work. I commend the staff. And I'd like to thank the staff for also coming out and supporting at the resident advisory committee where we had it set up for the secondary plan. They've been very supportive, and I want to thank the CAO. Your staff have done a great job here, so thank you.
Questions for him? Seeing none at this time.
Good to see Mr. Palmquist, former executive assistant, Mr. Councillor Lard here in the room.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Marion Willis, Executive Director of Street Links, to be heard with respect to report 2. Marion's joining us in person today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Morning, welcome.
Good morning. Hey, so I'm Marion Willis, I guess you know that. I'm here on behalf of our organization, Street Links. And we're here today to offer conditional support for the proposed bylaw that would prohibit encampments in public spaces. And if you're wondering why there's many of us here, it's because we are a lived experience organization and it's important for you to hear the voices of lived experience. Our support is conditional because enforcement alone cannot solve what has become one of Winnipeg's most complex and painful crises. We recognize the growing concerns about public safety. The public has become weary of fires, discarded needles, property damage, and fear in shared spaces. We're also seeing the fallout across the healthcare system. Addictions and homelessness are amplifying public health pressures with more emergency responses, more drug poisonings, and more community trauma linked to violence and despair. Rates of HIV and other communicable diseases have peaked at shocking levels. These realities demand a coordinated response. We can no longer treat healthcare, justice, housing, homelessness, and addictions as separate issues. They are deeply interrelated. That's why Street Links is urging council to pair this bylaw with the establishment of a managed encampment to housing site modeled after what's working in Halifax. Last week, we found a man living in an encampment in Lizzie Park. He told us he'd been homeless since last January when the city shuttered the Manwin Hotel. While it's true the Manwin left much to be desired, It had been his home for 21 years. When he was made to leave, everything he owned, his photos, clothing, pieces of his life, remained locked in a room he no longer has access to in a building that now sits empty. Since January, his home has been 3 sheets of plywood, a tarp, and a sleeping bag on the ground. We housed him that day last week, and he'll be forever grateful. I'm gonna cry, jeez. But his story is not unique. And I think that's what I'm here to tell you. The same pattern is playing out at Waterfront, Granite Park, along the Assiniboine, at St. John's Park, and Louise Bridge. Many of these individuals weren't made homeless by addiction or choice. They were made homeless by enforcement of city bylaws and well-intended policies that closed spaces before there was any place to go. A managed encampment to housing site that prioritizes rehousing these individuals with robust supports both for the tenants and the properties that house them is the only just way forward. As this man's story shows, moving people from their homes didn't solve the problem. It created the situation we're struggling to manage today. Growing numbers of people living homeless in parks, along riverbanks, and throughout public and private spaces. To make real progress, though, we must also think about our shelter system. Too many people refuse to go to shelters because they feel unsafe, unseen, and stripped of dignity. Sheltering people in institutions with 200 beds is akin to warehousing misery. Many of those living outdoors are Indigenous, and for them, large dorm-style shelters with rows of beds, no privacy, are not just uncomfortable, they are re-traumatizing. They echo the same structures and experiences of residential schools where loss of safety, autonomy, and identity were daily realities. We cannot expect people to leave encampments for conditions that are triggering and re-traumatizing. The city and the province must work together to redesign our shelter system. Smaller, more community-based, trauma-informed spaces that restore dignity and safety. Shelters should be strategically located, culturally appropriate, and well-resourced so that they act as true pathways to housing, not a warehouse of despair. Now, we all know that Winnipeg is facing a housing crisis, but there is
You
housing.
finished?
Just
Or
about, yeah.
just about? Okay, another minute. Got how many pages there? I see you got a few pages there.
I'll speak faster.
Okay,
2 minutes, Madam Chair.
okay,
Okay.
2 minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's carried.
We all know that Winnipeg is facing a housing crisis, but there is housing. The challenge is not only the lack of new social housing, which won't come online until 2027, but our over-reliance on social housing as the only solution. The private sector has the ability to help. There are units available right now. But housing people directly from encampments is seen as high risk. And that's why the city and the provincial government must work together to create incentives, tools that reduce risk and stimulate engagement by the private sector. When private landlords and property owners are supported, and when outreach teams can back them up with the right services, we can move people into housing today, not a year from now. If we move ahead with an encampment ban without a managed site, people will simply move elsewhere. And I'm warning you, this will happen into abandoned houses, stairwells, parkades, ATM vestibules, and eventually into suburban neighborhoods. That doesn't end homelessness, it just moves it. So let's make this the moment when Winnipeg turns the page. From reaction to resolve, from displacement to dignity, from warehousing to wellness and coordinated response, and from homeless to housed. StreetLink stands ready to partner with the city, community agencies, and with the private sector to make this happen. We can help design and operate a Winnipeg-based model that restores order in public spaces, protects safety, and upholds human dignity while moving people into homes, not just away from parks. This is our opportunity to lead, and I mean the collective our opportunity to lead with both compassion and clarity. Let's not just remove encampments, let's remove the conditions that make encampments necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe there are some questions. You talked about managed encampments to housing. I really like that language that you talked about. Something that I had brought up a couple years ago where we did a cross-jurisdictional scan for managed encampment sites. However, there are some challenges with managed encampment sites because what we were hearing is just like regular folks, the taxpayers, there are fights. You know, they don't like their neighbor and there's conflict. So what would you suggest to mitigate some of the conflict that are amongst different groups of encampments that don't want to be on the same site? Like, what is your suggestion? Because I hear there is, you know, conflicts amongst, they don't want to go to that certain encampment because I don't like that person, or that's a drug dealer over there and I don't want to be there. So that's kind of the narrative I'm hearing around managed encampment sites. So how do we solve that narrative?
Well, I think the first thing we need to do is agree that what we're doing isn't working, so let's try something. Halifax has managed encampment sites, and as you know, we've been to Halifax recently. I think you start by having a small encampment site with a controlled population of maybe 20, no more than 30 tents. And you really work, your job is to create vacancies in that site so that you can move the next ones in. If that is working really well, you may even find, like Halifax did, that you increase the number of sites to address some of those challenges. But I think that we need, we likely shouldn't argue our way out of this and put up barriers. I think that we need to think about a way forward that that does restore social order here, where we do create a new sense of lawfulness that does protect the public while at the same time protects the interests of those living unsheltered. I have to say, there's very, very few people out there, I could count them on 5 fingers and name them, out of that whole big population that we know, that doesn't want to be housed. Everybody wants to be housed, but few are offering housing because we're relying on social housing. It doesn't work. I really do believe that a managed encampment to housing site, the mandates in the name, managed encampment to housing. StreetLinks is your managed encampment to housing specialist. If you follow us, it's what we do extraordinarily well. If the city could remove the politics of all of this and realize there's Your Way Home and Main Street project to do outreach at that level. Here's the city and the managed encampment to housing and engaging StreetLinks to do specifically that. And Homelessness Winnipeg has their model and the Reaching Home agreement to support that. Now you have 3 pillars, all of them working alongside each other, what unites everybody. And I think we've forgotten the plot here, folks. What unites all of us is to end homelessness, right? 3 different pillars, 3 different approaches, everybody working together to do that. There does need to be a ban on encampments, I support that, but not in the absence of providing a managed encampment to housing site that actually meets needs and doesn't choose to leave people out there homeless. There's no reason for people to be out there homeless.
And then my follow-up question, when you had visited Halifax, what concerns have you heard that things, because we've been hearing that things were not working out in Halifax. So what are the issues that you've heard? Or are you saying that Halifax model does work?
You know, I think you could look at every model across Canada And I think you could find something wrong with every one of them. But I think we got to get to that place where we start to build on what's possible. I think we have to build on strengths. And when you build on strengths, you make things work. Is the Halifax model perfect? Probably not. But I can tell you that I was in Halifax for 2 nights and 3 days. And I saw the encampment, the sanctioned encampment areas. And yeah, you know what? It looks like the squalor that we see on our riverbanks and parks, but it's contained in an area where the city serves it. They pick up the garbage, where outreach teams are there, where they've really focused on building transitional housing to move people along. Their shelter systems are small and strategically located throughout Dartmouth, Halifax. Nobody's warehousing people in the very areas, by the way, that you're trying to develop. Makes no sense. We have to embrace change in the city. We need to depoliticize all of this, and we need, to become the agents of change, or the city stays stuck, people stay outside, and the public just becomes more weary. I really didn't see anything that didn't work. I was there for 2 nights and 3 days, never heard one emergency siren. The city is clean, it's well organized. There is no perfect model. It's not going to work for everybody, but it will work for the majority of people. And Winnipeg, by comparison, is almost equal in population. If you take Dartmouth, Halifax together, and the population of Winnipeg, 50% of their population is a mix of Indigenous and Black people, and the rest Caucasian, much the same demographics here, Indigenous, everybody else. Thank you.
Did Halifax just have one managed encampment site or did they have several?
Yeah, so Halifax started with 1 site, expanded to 3, eventually expanded to 5. And over 2.5 years, they've reduced their homelessness by 50%. And this year they plan to close all their sites, so it took 2.5 years, because they now have enough shelter beds. And people, the people that are living unsheltered in those designated campsites told me that they see moving to a shelter as a step up, because the shelters are safe, they're small, they're focused, there's housing teams, and they can easily then move on out of there and into other housing. And by the way, Halifax, Dartmouth has a bigger housing crisis than Winnipeg. And they've also understood 2 things that were fundamental to success. One, the city needed to understand that people living homeless were their citizens, and they were living homeless on municipal property, and that the city would need to embrace this and own the challenge. And they did. Okay. And in doing so, then they pulled out all the stops to make ending homelessness their number 1 priority. And when they did that, that really changed the game. This province, on the other hand, is more of a passive partner. They look at sort of funding, housing. They have some unique kind of housing there. Pellet homes, not pellets made out of wood, but I think Pellet might be the company called the Pellet Company. And we visited some of those communities. They've developed a strategy that really works. So we can continue to build on for political reasons, keep supporting what doesn't work for political reasons, or we can begin to really care about all citizens. We can really think about the importance of public safety, and we can move forward with resolve, restore dignity. When we leave here today, do you know where we're going? We're going to help Winnipeg Police Service with an encampment in a park in the North End. We aren't the outreach team that was chosen by the city to do this work. It was our team that took out all the encampments in Lizzie Park, and that's where we found that poor man, who was removed from his place at the Manwin, where he lived for 21 years. He used to be an employee there back in the day. These are real people, folks, and that's what I'm trying to say to you. These are real people with stories, with histories, with a lot of trauma. And we need to, as a city, as a province, as service organizations, not be the ones, okay, that amplify that trauma. We need to be a part of the solution. And all of us need to have a role in doing that. And I thank Councillor Gilroy.
And I think
for
Councillor
bringing
Gilroy
this
does have a
forward.
question. I see she's
Yes.
fidgeting.
Oh,
on her
forget the
feet.
bench.
Yeah, she wants to ask some questions, some follow-up questions, so we'll allow her to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, because we were together in Halifax, but I think what isn't clear in kind of some of the questions that Councillor Santos asked you is I think there is a difference between what we would like to see in a managed triage site than what was seen in Halifax, which I think would be a success here. Can you explain that difference of a managed, because in Halifax, they're not managed, a managed to triage into housing? Can you explain that?
Yes. So that was a good question. I'm sorry I didn't answer that well. Yes, I have really looked at Kelowna, I've looked at Halifax, I've looked at Vancouver, I've looked at what's worked and what hasn't worked, right? And I recognize that what you really need to do to make this work is you need to give it a clear mandate, manage encampment to housing. That's what it is. It's a triage center. That's where you're going to have, and if we did it, for example, the University of Manitoba built us a lovely tiny home that maybe could go there. And where you put outreach teams on site. And you would be, and it would be the outreach team job to actually engage with everybody in there to develop a housing plan that actually considers and plans for the unique needs of every single person to go out there and to work with our team to identify a source of housing, and then to move that individual out as quickly as possible. So we're not looking for people to be in a managed encampment to housing site for weeks and months on end. This is intended to be a way to rapidly house people from encampment into housing with the right kinds of supports. I will only offer this as a caution. We all talk about wraparound services, and organizations are quickly criticized for not providing all the supports they should be providing. Well, that mantra has existed now since 2017-18 through Housing First. Nobody funds it. So we need to think about that too. We need to understand, okay, that we need to incentivize and we need to properly fund services that not only get people housed, but stimulate involvement by the larger community. It is actually going to be the private sector that pulls us out of this, not the public sector. It's going to be, and when you engage the private sector, you're now also engaging those who may even provide some donor support to do this. These are important issues for the public.
So my next question to that is how, because of course, right now on here, we don't have that on the agenda today. I would love to see it, been open about that. Those are discussions we need to have with the province because they would need to help support us in this work. How does what we are doing today support the idea of maybe how they can combine the two to support what the province is trying to do in getting people into housing with having a managed triage site with what we're actually our policy enforcement around encampments? How can they all align?
Well, I think that if you are going to ban encampments in certain areas, you need to provide an alternative there. Where do you think that people are going to go? The idea that people are going to take up their tent at sunrise, and where are they going during the day? And then they're going to put it up again at sunset? That's naive and suggests that those that are considering this strategy may not have the depth of understanding around this population, why people are homeless, and even who the people are themselves. And I think you should also be a little bit concerned about infringing on people's human rights. It is not an infringement on human rights, if you offer an alternative, but I would suggest to you it is an infringement on human rights if you don't. But human rights, whether it's a violation of we should all feel obligated as human beings, to make sure that people out there are properly served When you bring people into a designated area, a managed encampment, a housing site, you're creating control variables. You're dealing with the public safety issues. You're dealing with the housing issues, you're dealing with the issues around mental health, and you're dealing with issues around addiction. And I think you'll hear that from some of the rest of this team. I don't want to take, I know you've got a really big agenda.
Now, one more question, because Councillor South has raised a valid point when she's saying, how do we get people to want to go to these sites if we decide to have
Oh, that is so
eventually.
easy. That is so easy.
Like, so so just with our policy right now, we're saying we can't be in parks.
Yeah.
And if we were to allow a separate site, how do you see that? Because now we're kind of telling people where they can go and now we can have it managed. Can you explain that a little?
If you do, one of the things we need to do right off the hop is work to restore just some basic human dignity. If you had a site where you had outdoor toilets, believe it or not, that's an incentive. Can you imagine living outside and having to use the bush for a bathroom? So just restoring some dignity by putting in toilets. Having services on site that are going to link the individuals to housing. When people out there understand that housing is a real offer, they gravitate towards that. People will move into that site if they understand that by moving into this site, they are actually being prioritized for housing. I know that it will work. And you know, I'm going to say this to you, and I hope you won't be offended. I'm probably a greater expert on this population and on homelessness than any of you here. I've been doing this for decades. I understand this population. I have a pretty good sense of what works and what doesn't. I've had to learn a lot of it the hard way over the years, but I learned it. You know, you need to trust us. You need to trust us. We know what we're doing.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
Just thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Marion and Streetlinks for the outstanding work they've done in the community for many years. The one question I had, and I think it's already answered, but perhaps clarification. Like I had looked at Vancouver, they had they had an encampment site and then they reversed course. And I wanted to know from Marion, and I heard managed encampment. I don't think that's what they had in Vancouver, but why would this work where the Vancouver situation failed would be my question to Marion.
Okay. So he's asking the question of the managed encampment site in Vancouver. What would, you know, you want to change, because he's stating the one in Vancouver was not it's not very successful. It's actually deepening the issues in Vancouver.
Well, I think the problem in other cities is they actually haven't put a limit on how many tents, you know, they've just allowed it to kind of grow. And I think what I'm saying is let's do something unique. Like, why in Winnipeg can't we take lessons learned from other places, you know, and use that to design a model that can work? You know, I don't want you to fail. If you fail, I fail, and I don't fail. And I don't want these guys to fail either. So I don't set us up to fail, right? I know you need to have control variables. And that's what you create. You create control variables, you know? And again, I'm going to say it, managed encampment to housing. That's the mandate. And you build everything around that. It will work. Small, 20 to 30, you know, 20 is the ideal max. You don't create a tent city and then call that a managed encampment housing site. Control variables. And you work with, you bring community support units in. You know, Winnipeg Fire Paramedics, you know, there's EPIC, there's other outreach teams, everybody coming together to work at that one site to focus on getting people out and into housing and understanding the value of playing to the strengths of outreach teams.
Sorry, I do have one follow-up question.
Yes.
You had mentioned that in Halifax, the province was more of a passive partner and were some of the funders. And you understand, you know, funding is a bit of a challenge between the province and the city of Winnipeg and who is responsible for what. But my question to you is, your managed encampment right to housing idea, have you had an opportunity to discuss with the Minister of Housing, Homelessness and Poverty? And have you had discussions? What were those discussions? Maybe in the last, maybe if you can pair it up in about a minute. I know I have other speakers, but
Yeah.
I am curious.
I do, speak, with the minister at times and also with, many great horses who is deputy minister. I think they're interested. Lana actually met with me when I came back from Halifax to kind of get our views on that. The thing is though, is that it won't work if it's solely under your way home. You cannot rely on social housing and new builds that aren't going to come onto line for some time. And we don't even know how many people right out of encampments will live in new builds, to be honest. You need to engage the private sector. That's the public. And the public cares about this. You know, in Halifax, I'll just say this quickly. Governments fund what they value. So I ask you all, what do you value? I ask it of the province of Manitoba, what do you value? Governments fund what they value. When Halifax decided that they would make ending homelessness their highest priority, okay, that became what they valued. And they established a Department of Homelessness led by Max Chauvin. I highly recommend you speak with him. He's willing to engage. And I believe that department has a $2.3 million budget. Ryan will correct me if I said that wrong. Okay. 2.3. Okay. And yeah, and everybody, when the city took that on, and then the city said, okay, this is how we're going to do it. They owned it. They realized they do have ways, they do have services. They do have people to pick up garbage. They do have ways to clear snow. They partnered with whoever the power provider is out there. They put in electricity into those sanctioned encampment areas so people can plug in heaters, and their special heaters that are going to catch on fire, and cell phones and stuff, right? And the province's role became very focused. You don't have everybody, all levels of government trying to do everything together. Everything became very focused and organized. The province, as more of a passive partner, was looking at just funding the housing pieces of it. And so they were able to build those pellet communities. There's 3 of them that I was aware of, and I don't know if maybe there's more. And in those pellet communities, they planned for older people. They've planned in some for people with very high acuity mental health. They've planned for, in another community, people who are using drugs, who are always going to use drugs and are not going to stop using drugs. Very high, very challenging people to house with high level addictions and mental health. And then they have engaged, they've engaged the business community, for example, and the biz groups actually receive a small amount of money to hire their own outreach workers that work with the larger outreach teams. So everybody is on the same page. Nobody's forgotten the plot there. They're all very strategic, and it's very outcomes focused. They're concerned about outcomes, and we need to become more outcomes focused as well. I'm going to make one last controversial statement because that's Marion Willis, and I'd be coming of me not to.
One last in how many minutes?
30 seconds.
Okay.
We have a housing crisis and addictions crisis right across this country. It's in every city across this country because since 2015, every city across Canada has relied on one agreement only to end homelessness. And that's the Reaching Home Agreement, the federal funds. The federal funds were never intended to end homelessness for everybody. And to sustain funding into that agreement, you have to sustain a percentage of homelessness. And if you really do your homework, you'll find that there's quotas and all kinds of things here. So when you have to sustain homelessness to sustain your funding, well, now you're kind of working against yourself, aren't you? We know that it's not the lack of housing that is responsible for homelessness, not in this city and not in many cities across Canada. It's the drug use epidemic that we still don't have a plan for. I know we're just the city. I know the city and the province can't do it all, but why are we not lobbying the federal government for those changes? Why aren't we lobbying for funds to fund a new national drug prevention strategy through Health Canada? I think it's budget day today. Have any of us done that work to try to see that that gets in the budget? We need to stop working against ourselves, and that's all I have to say.
No, I appreciate those comments. I had heard similar comments about the reaching home strategy federally. I've read the agreement myself, and I'm gonna make the controversial agreement with you.
If you actually read that agreement.
I did read it.
Be one of you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Looking at the time, okay, 11 o'clock, we're gonna keep pushing forward. Hopefully we can wrap up before noon hour. Let's move on to, the next person. I believe we have Michelle Wesley, the housing coordinator for Street Links. Come on up.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Hey, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Michelle Wesley, former outreach coordinator and now the housing administrator for St. Boniface Street Links. Through my work, I've come to know many individuals living unsheltered across our city. And I've seen firsthand the challenges that they face every day. While I cannot speak on their behalf, I can say this with certainty, that the health and safety of people living unsheltered and the safety of the public will depend on the decisions made by council today. I offer conditional support for the proposed encampment response protocol on the essential condition that the city immediately establishes a managed encampment to housing site. Without this, the city will escalate harm to both the unsheltered and to the public. Why this matters. Displacement alone is not a solution. When encampments are cleared, people don't disappear, they scatter. They lose contact with outreach workers, healthcare systems, harm reduction supports, and the community network that helps keep them alive. That loss of connection increases the risk of overdose, infections, violence, and exposure, especially in the winter. Every time people are forced to move, trust in outreach teams and service systems is damaged. Once the trust is gone, it's much harder to bring back people into support for housing later. Balancing safety and compassion. While we don't support forced displacement, we recognize that movement from riverbanks, parks, and other public spaces can sometimes be necessary to protect those living homeless and those in the surrounding communities. We also understand that the city is facing growing public concern with more complaints about theft, violence, garbage, unsafe conditions in and around encampments. Those concerns are real and they must be addressed, but simply chasing people from one location to another spreads risk, increases frustration, and it makes it harder for outreach teams and emergency services to do their jobs. A managed encampment to housing site offers a balanced, common sense solution, protecting public safety while safeguarding human life. When people are brought together in a supervised service location, outreach workers can stay connected. Supports can be delivered efficiently, and issues like garbage, fires, or crime can be better managed. The idea that the encampment residents can simply just set up tents at sunset and take them down at sunrise show a misunderstanding of what it means to live unsheltered. That kind of policy would only push people indoors during the day into doorways, transit shelters, and other businesses. A managed site protects everyone's interests. It's a safer alternative for people living homeless, reduces public safety risks and nuisance conditions. Allowing outreach workers and emergency teams to focus on effective support. So who are we talking about? Many of these people living in encampments once had housing. They are neighbors and community members who not long ago lived in rooming houses, single room occupancies, and low income apartments across Winnipeg. But a city bylaw and fire codes were enforced. Many older buildings were deemed unsafe and shuttered. Had a city worked with those owners to bring buildings up to code, many tenants would still be housed today. Instead, punitive by the book enforcement displaced vulnerable tenants and pushed them directly into homelessness. But it would have been more productive to work with those owners to understand the real pressures that they face. Low rent through EIA, high insurance costs, mortgage payments, and extensive damage caused by tenants required high level of support. Real wraparound services. Case planning and management are crucial, but underfunded. Evictions and building closures magnify the problems, increased costs to the city and society. Going forward, the city should work with the property owners supporting safety upgrades, building improvements, and on-site services. Prevention and response must go hand in hand. What we need to know right now, we are heading into another cold Winnipeg winter. The stakes could not be higher. We need a managed encampment to housing site. Places where people living unsheltered can be supported, stabilized, and prioritized for housing. There is housing available. At St. Boniface Street Links, we continue to house nearly one person every day. Maybe a minute.
It moves 1 minute extension.
Thank you.
Yeah, finish up, please. Thank you.
Private sector
All in
housing
favor?
provider must
Sorry.
be, private sector housing providers must be incentivized to include vulnerable tenants, manage sites, bridge streets to home, building trust and connection. Why this approach works? This approach is compassionate and practical. Cities that have created managed encampment report fewer emergency calls, fewer hospitalizations, and stronger relationships between outreach workers and residents. When people feel safe, they are more likely to engage with supports that move them forward. This is real progress. People with lived experience must be part of this process, from designing management sites to shaping outreach plans. In closing, I'd like to say this. Winnipeg has an opportunity to lead with compassion and common sense. We can build an encampment response that protects health and safety without displacing people. Open management sites instead of closing camps and helping stabilize housing and communities for long term. I offer conditional support for the camping ban on conditions that the managed encampment to housing site is established immediately. Let's keep people safe until real alternatives exist. Build trust instead of fear and deliver solutions instead of cycles. Thank you for listening and for working towards a humane, effective approach that values every life in our city.
Thank you. Hey, Councillor Gilroy does have a follow-up question. Go ahead.
So as the housing, the new housing, congratulations, I know your outreach, and I know you have lived experience. Right? So as the housing, the new housing coordinator, how would you see, because I want to make sure people are understanding when we talk about managed, it's very different than any other place in Canada where ours would have an organization doing the inside the encampment and really kind of coordinating the work and getting people triaged into shelter housing. Can you explain that piece a little bit so we would understand what that could look like from your perspective of the housing coordinator?
So I've been with St. Boniface Street Links for nearly 5 years. I also have lived experience. Through the 5 years, I've come to recognize that when you can work with clients, with people unhoused in an area and they stay in that area, it's a lot quicker to house them. So when I have clients, kind of a little thing is like when we keep in contact with our clients, usually within a week I can house somebody. When we went into Lizzie Park, that day I housed somebody within an hour. It's a matter of just being able to keep people in a close vicinity so that they're not kind of scattered all over, because you'll find yourself always chasing. And if people are constantly moving, you're constantly doing the work over and over again. You're never actually getting completion. So when we're asking about having numbers, progress, things like that, then that's when you'll be more successful, is having a managed encampment site where there's people in there working directly with those people every day to see where, with options. Not everybody is suitable for one certain housing. And I've learned this through the years, right? There's people in different stages. So with St. Boniface Street Links, what we've built is kind of progressive housing. We start them off here and they kind of gradually move along so that we can see the success to where they want to be. Some people are just happy being in the McLaren Hotel for the rest of their life, and that's okay, that's their choice. But then there's people that want to move on. They want bigger and better, you know, whether it's recovery, whether it's being in an apartment in a quieter neighborhood, whether it's being in the North End, I'm not sure. Every individual is different.
And then follow that, and I'm really hoping the province is hearing this discussion, because I do think that they need to come to the table to help fund a managed encampment site, because I really think the critical aspect is the addiction supports that can happen prior to even getting into housing. Can you talk about what's
Extremely important.
Yeah.
For those that are looking for recovery, it needs to happen now. When they want recovery, it needs to happen now. Just simply placing somebody in a housing development, a lot of times that we've noticed, not always is their success because they're struggling with the addiction aspect of it. Our model that we've done with Fountain and with a couple other places that are coming, we have 40 to 80 people in the last year that are now living in recovery, successfully housed, long-term housing, in nicer buildings. There's been a lot more success in that. And that's been because we've been able to give them the help that they wanted when they wanted it. There was no pushing them away or waiting lists.
And one last, just because you have education in addiction and recovery.
Yes.
I think that's critical for us to know.
Yes, I'm a recovering addict.
Yeah.
And I also was caught in the problem for many, many years. But I also went back to college when I was 47 years old to give back to a community I once helped damage. And this is going to be my lifelong journey, is to repair and to help.
That's fantastic. Thanks for sharing that. Question about the private sector, right? I know you, Marion, the previous delegate, had mentioned about, you know, reaching out to the private sector. You had talked about building improvements. And so I don't mean to put you on the spot, and please
That's
don't
okay.
take this out of context, but I've also heard that the housing that's available from the private sector is questionable. I've heard that, you know, there's no toilet seats. I've heard that there's no doors in the washroom. There's no doors. It's not, you know, the greatest well-kept buildings. So I've also heard that, you know, you said, you know, these buildings need improvements and the private sector is interested in doing some building improvements. Now, could you talk a little bit more about these questionable units that the unhoused are going into? Maybe not, you know, in the bad way, but what are those solutions? Because I think we're hearing narratives around that, and that we don't really want to put them in these questionable units. We want them to be in clean, you know, bed bug free, no, you know, doors, you know, running water, et cetera, et cetera. So could you touch
Sure,
on it?
actually, yeah, absolutely. So as I can understand your concerns, and you know, this has always been a question, right? But what people need to understand is when people are caught in addiction, their way of living is not the way that we think that they're going to live indoors. They basically bring their encampment indoors. So there's a lot of destruction, a lot of damage. Lot of people in one unit bringing garbage in constant, and that's why wraparound is so important. But if we're asking about where we're housing people at this time, we use a lot of the private sector. No, they're not living in places that have no toilet seats. These are things that we do push as an outreach team, and we work with the private sector. And we also, our team is there doing the wraparound services. So this private sector trusts us. They trust what we say. I build these relationships. That's part of my job. I do what I say and I say what I do. And that's what Marion expects of me, and that's what I expect of my team that, supports me with the housing aspect of it, is that we make sure that we follow through with clients. When clients are struggling, we're in there helping cleaning. It's not as simple as just putting somebody in. Sometimes people need to start with the low barrier housing so that you can work with them where they're at to help them in the ways that they need help. Some need help with mental health that they're not getting right now. Some people need help with addiction that they're not getting help right now. Right? It's also learning new life skills all over again. There's people, which you'll hear from, a couple of my coworkers on the team, which were once my clients. I housed them, and where they are today. They struggled with some of those life skills, right? It's moving back into a home where you're not used to sweeping your floor, doing your dishes, or putting garbage in the garbage. So it's more than just the housing part of it, right? But as far as I'm concerned, the places that were housing people, they're in good, safe, clean environments. When I'm talking about the housing that was closed in the past, like when we talk about the Adanac and situations like that, there's stories behind those. Like I took 18 people out of one encampment and housed them in a community in there. These were high-risk people with heavy addictions. And yes, there's going to be a lot of damage. There's, and fortunately the property owner can't keep up with all those, with the rent, when they're only charging $700, $600, and $750 for rent, and they're creating $1,000 worth of damage, it's not long before somebody starts losing their, can't pay mortgage, can't keep up with the dam, can't keep up with the cost of broken items in the suite, whether it's heating vents, stoves, fridges, toilet seats. It becomes very difficult for property owners.
Just to follow up on that.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So I think that's why it's really critical that the province look at funding organizations like StreetLinks. I think Main Street Project is doing that, where there's people inside the buildings that are dealing with those issues. So we do not have the situations that we had in Adanac. And if we had managed to triage site that is actually triaging people, they would know not to put these 18 people here.
Yes.
Right? There'd be a little bit more of a vision on where you should house people.
Absolutely. And again, once again, this is through experience through the first year, second year of me and Marion working together. We've learned a lot. We've done things and then we've kind of revisited that and said, okay, that didn't work out very well. So now let's try something else. So that's why we came up with the graduating housing kind of aspect of it. Giving people incentives, our clients incentives to work towards something bigger and better. Fountain is a perfect example why, when you talk about having people in a building, Fountain is a perfect example. We've been there for over a year. There's never, ever been issues there. We have staff there from 8 to 8, security from 8 to 8 in the morning. The building, you can hear a pin drop. Everybody actually loves living there. I have a hard time getting people to transition out of there. But that is a perfect example why that model would work. And it would help other buildings out there in the high risk to kind of keep buildings safer,
Good. Thank you. Seeing no further
Thank you very much
questions?
for hearing me today.
You're welcome. And thank you for sharing your personal story.
Oh,
I always
thanks.
appreciate that. Up next is Ryan Palmquist, Associate Director, StreetLinks. Welcome, Ryan. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you too. Thank you for having me. Counselors and staff, clerks of Community Services Committee, and observers and guests, thank you for the opportunity to present today. It's not my first time giving remarks at this table, but it is the first to this committee, and with my literal StreetLinks hat on. With respect to the City of Winnipeg's council policy on encampments, I echo the comments and themes of my colleagues, Marion Willis, ED of StreetLinks, and Michelle Wesley, our housing coordinator. And I'd like to touch on a few high-level themes, particularly on the housing aspect of this, and ideas in the report and debate around this topic. There is one element of this report that does cause me concern. It's with respect to the portions which identify, I quote, Your Way Home, launched in early 2025, has progressed slowly due to a shortage of available housing units. As a result, public parks, riverbanks, and other shared spaces remain occupied and in some cases severely degraded. So this sentence is problematic, at least in the sense that it is taken at face value, as it implies the continuation of homelessness for some period of large-scale homelessness and chronic homelessness for some period of time is inevitable. It's concerning also because it's not consistent with the experience I've had since joining the team here at StreetLinks, working in literally the same office with no privacy as housing coordinator Michelle Wesley, hearing all the phone calls she makes. And of course, the clients coming into that office as well, individuals who are being housed at StreetLinks nearly every day. It is not the case that there is these people can't be housed. I won't sit here and deny that there is an affordable housing shortage. Most of the table will know for much of the last decade of my life, including here working for committee member Councillor Lard, as well as a private citizen in St. Patel and as part of YIMBY Winnipeg, I've been a participant in the pro-development, pro-housing supply activist community and cause. However, it would be and is misleading and harmful to continue to imply that there's no housing supply at present, that we can't be acting right now to get people off the street. Yet in this report and in much of the communication towards the public, there continues to be the insistence that there is an inadequate housing at present to house large numbers of people currently living outdoors. This mindset is defeatist and it's not grounded in truth. There are many units of housing available across Winnipeg. Vacant apartments and houses dot the landscape. It is true that many are not suitable for occupation without renovation or investment, but many are. What makes this housing unviable, or better put, what makes the unhoused people non-viable tenants for that housing, is that their high needs and the high risk of housing them for landlords. These risks prompt property owners, even those of historically low barrier housing, to find a stronger business case in leaving housing empty than renting to the unhoused and precariously housed population. These risks, though, can be mitigated, and they are mitigated by recovery supports like those provided by StreetLinks outreach workers, building supervisors, housing coordinators, and partnered even the property owners themselves in partnership with the service providers. People can be housed immediately. We do not have to wait for a years off promise of new purpose-built social housing from projects labeled broadly as affordable. It's a mandate that doesn't only concern homelessness as well, and people with addictions and high-risk needs. It also concerns working families and seniors and other incompatible populations. Are the units to house those living in our parks really on the way and being built now? If they are, is it at the scale required to house the number of people living outside today in solely publicly funded and provisioned housing? The City of Winnipeg has done some really good work recently. There's been a number of CMHC-backed nonprofit developments. The city has instituted broad zoning reforms, allocated vacant lots for new housing. It's been some really great work, but is that work taking place at scale? Who can deliver at scale? It's really has to be a major element, the majority of it, from the private sector and the private housing market. So this bylaw does represent, and I'm supportive of it, a step in the right direction that myself and my colleagues are proposing. We suggest an approach that doesn't wait for future housing development, that takes action now. Banning camps from sensitive and inappropriate locations is the correct step, but it's only half a pace forward. The other football must be opening a location, as it's described, managed encampment to housing site, where people can go once they are evicted from problematic camping spots and be provided better options in a safe and controlled setting. About 30 more seconds, one more paragraph.
Moved by Councillor Gilroy, one more minute. All
Thank
those in
you.
favor?
Aye.
Aye, and that's carried.
On a recent trip to Halifax that Marion mentioned in detail, the privilege to see a series of designated sanctioned encampments in action. In that city, a similar bylaw to this one was created. However, it did not stop there. In addition, and would not have worked if it had just stopped there. In addition to prohibiting camping in problematic areas, a dignified and stable alternative was provided. Well, what we're proposing isn't exactly what they do in Halifax. Instead, one focused on, as was articulated before, getting people into housing, triaging them into housing through these camps. That dignity is, and need for housing is universally desired on the street. We don't have to wait. So we can take this step forward, but we also must continue on to the next step, which is housing and income supports for everyone who needs them. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? No, saying none?
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Up next, James Audie. Who is, I believe, an outreach worker. with Street Links.
Outreach support worker.
Welcome to City Hall. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm a little bit nervous, so I
That's okay.
got it
Don't
all
be.
written down here.
You'll be fine.
Okay. My name is James Audie. I'm an outreach worker employed by Streetlinks. I'm here today to speak about proposed encampment ban. I offer my conditional support on a condition that a managed encampment to housing site is established and operated by Streetlinks team. Why Streetlinks? Because without them, I would likely still be gang involved, selling drugs, or selling and using drugs, living in encampment, incarcerated or dead. Today, my life is completely different, better in ways I thought possible. I have benefit from the Morbid House, and I now reside in a housing recovery support and fully employed. Winnipeg is seeing a growing number of people joining gangs. Joining a gang is often the homeless people do to survive the streets. If we end encampment living and get people out of survival mode, there will be less gang involvement. I know from personal experience that simply banning encampments will not make things better. In fact, it will make things far worse. There will be more violence, more thefts, and more of everything the city hopes to change. People living in encampment need what I needed, real help. Real help means easy access to outreach teams who do not leave you homeless, who guide you out of the cycle and into recovery, housing, and employment. A managed encampment where people can receive continuous and focused support is the only real solution. This would be a huge step forward for the city and for those who, like me, simply needed a focused intervention that could truly change their lives. Thank you for your time in considering this approach.
Thank you, James. You did a fantastic job. I appreciate you sharing your personal story. I do have a question, and I posed the question to some of the other delegates about, and you touched light on it. You know, people who are unhoused do get into criminal activity or involved in gangs. And you talked light about the managed encampment to housing. And I asked that question, and hopefully you can answer as well through your lived experience about having certain populations living in an area close together, right? There could be rivalries, there could be, you know, some inappropriate activities amongst different encampments. How do we suggest that we deal with that type of issue that surrounds if we were to put them 30 people on one side or 20 people who do not get along with each other, who don't want to be together, right? They don't like each other. So could you talk a little bit about maybe some solutions around that?
I mean, if it's in a managed encampment site, I'm sure there's going to be some problems, right? But honestly, everybody is willing to get housed and everything, so I don't think it's going to be that much of a problem as long as they know they're getting housed, right? And just being there to have support. Sorry, I kind of lost my thought where I was going there.
Talking about supports, you think it's important to have an on-site support service at
Yes,
the encampment?
like some of the people in gangs are actually like, they're just in survival mode and they don't know any other way of living, right? Until you give them to that support and show them a different way of living, that could be the support they need to actually change their life, right? Like, so this organization did for me. And once I got that little bit of support, I flourished and doing really good.
Thank you. Thank you. Great job. Yeah, Councillor Gilbert, go ahead.
Just a quick question, because I know your story. There's a little bit of, I think what we need to hear is a positive about Winnipeg Police Services and your interaction with them. And I think that, is that something you'd be willing to share?
Yeah, actually, I was into gangs. I was in and out of jail for most of my life. And actually getting arrested was actually a blessing. Because when I got arrested, they asked me for a cash bill or surety. And I asked Morbid House, and they billed me out right away. And then they came and arrested me again and again, and honestly, and then, the last time I got arrested, I pulled out these AA, chips. And then I started talking to the cops about changing my life and everything. So they gave me a PTA. And then they pointed me to this Spirit Horse program, Michelle Groot from WPS Gang Prevention. Now I actually go see them every week. And like yesterday, I just went to activate with a bunch of kids from NYC, right? They're good kids. They just need a proper role model. And I really enjoy doing it. Yeah. And now I actually see the cops. It's like I go shake their hand and everything. They're good support staff.
I just got goosebumps sharing that story. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's great. Spirit Horse is a fantastic
It is.
program.
It is,
Yeah,
yes.
and City of Winnipeg had offered them some funding as well. So I know they're a great partner in supports for young men. Great job. Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you. Really appreciate
you for your
that.
time.
Yeah, thank you. Up next is Claude Bigetti. Am I saying that right? Biggie. Biggity.
Yeah.
Claude Biggity from St. Bonnet Street Links. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
And famous YouTuber.
Oh, really?
I do social media.
Okay, okay.
Okay, good morning, council. My name is Claude Biggity. I'm a member of the Street Links team. I speak to you today from deep lived experience. I lived in encampments on and off for over 10 years. During that time, I was gang involved, sold and used drugs. I did what I thought I had to do to survive. I know how vulnerable people are forced to make choices to stay alive on the streets. It only took 2 years for my life to change. I am now sober, have a home, and was married this summer to my partner. She, like me, had lived in encampments, and I chose help. She followed. We both live clean and sober in a beautiful home in the Street Links transitional community. I'm a full-time employee. And my partner is in school with plans to attend university. These are the real outcomes of coordinated care. I have seen how the lack of safe support spaces drives cycles of violence, theft, and instability. Simply displacing people does not fix these problems. It scatters them all throughout the city, making challenges worse. The only way forward is to meet the unmet needs for safety, recovery, housing, and ongoing support. Managed encampment site where people can access continuous and focused help is the most effective and compassionate solution. It provides a path out of survival mode and into recovery, stability, and meaningful work and housing. While it might not help every person, it will help the majority. I know from experience that change is possible when people are properly supported. People who once thought they had no options can rebuild their lives, but only if we provide a real, stable, sustained opportunity. Thank you for listening, for considering an approach that actually works.
Yes.
I just think it's important that we hear the lived experience. I'm really wanting to make sure I ask questions. Now, because we didn't have a managed encampment site, we don't have one now, a triage site. Can you tell everybody how you had to get out off the streets? You've been on the streets for 10 years, you got off. What did you have to do in order to get out?
Well, I was in an encampment down by the Osborne Bridge, and I've already made my mind up that I wanted to stop using. I was addicted to fentanyl and meth, and I was sick and tired, and the only way I knew how to sober up was do some time, go to jail. So what I did was I thought I'm gonna do a petty crime and hopefully get locked up for a little while. So I went and bust a window at a business And I went inside the lobby and I waited for the police to show up and come and arrest me. And so that's how I sober up when I think I had enough. And that's what I knew how. I know that's all I knew, you know? That's what I did. And
Because I think it's important if the province is listening to this conversation, how much we could be solving by having a triage to manage that looks at addiction, that people wouldn't be creating petty crimes, the justice system and all the emergency support and what we could do to alleviate some of the costs that we're seeing for governments. You're a prime example of that. So thank you for sharing your story and thank you for continuing to share on social media so other people can follow in your footsteps.
Yeah.
So thank you.
You have a question? First off, what's your YouTube account? Is it Claude?
Clodomir Biggity.
Claudemir?
Clodomir, Clademier.
Okay, I'll take the time to follow you. I do appreciate lived experience. Question though, you had mentioned that you had been homeless for 10 years. At any point in time in the recent, let's just say 5 years while you were out, did anybody approach you, either DCSP, province, and asked you if you wanted to be housed? Could you talk a little bit more about?
Okay, well, let's go back.
We don't have to go back all 10 years, but
Let's go back three.
because you said you've been housed for 2 years.
I've been
right?
sober 2 years now, as of October 28th.
Okay,
And
congratulations.
during that time, when I was homeless, I have had Main Street projects, the Women's West Women's Cultural Center
Yes, yep.
and Streetlinks. Streetlinks were people that came and see me. And for Main Street I hate to say,
You don't have to say,
but the Main Street project, you know, they just throw you a sandwich and coffee and see you later, that's it, right?
Mm.
And Main Street, Streetlinks, or the guys that came down and actually would sit down and have a conversation with me and would they chit chat with me, you know, and ask me how I was doing, if I needed anything, you know, and they did house me twice, but I was no 3 times, and I was addicted. I wasn't ready to seek treatment, and I turned my places into traps because I was involved in gangs and I did sell drugs. So I just ended up turning my apartments into trap houses, and you know, bringing all my homeless people into my house and turning it into a encampment. But getting help and reaching out to Streetlinks again, like for years they've been asking me, you know, you can come to Margaret House, you know, we had a treatment center there if you want to come there. And sure enough, that time I was in jail, and I called Marion to see if they had any beds available, and he said, yeah, sure, you can come. Of course you could come. You know, we've been trying to get you in here for years, and so yeah, they came pick me up, and I was at Margaret House, and I spent the next 5 months until I got I finished my programs, and then I went into second stage housing, and ever since then I went and volunteer at Streetlinks a lot, and Marion's like, you know what, I'm gonna put you on a payroll, you know, because you're doing so well here. And from there, that's just, you know, its sobriety is amazing. And me being out there helping all these other guys that I've known from living on the streets, and me actually them seeing me where I'm at today inspires them on like they want to do the same, and they always ask, how do you do it, you know? And I tell them, and most of the times people see my social media and say right on.
yeah. Thank you, Claude.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you sharing some of your experience. Your story is amazing. I like to hear that. So thank you. Great job. Okay,
Thank you.
up next is Deidre. She's not with us? Okay. We do have one more delegate. Pam's not coming? Okay, I am gonna call a quick 5-minute bio break and then we'll get into reports, okay? Give us 5 minutes. We'll be back at 11:40 a.m. Good morning and welcome back to the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services for November 4th, 2025. We had just finished up with delegations. Our 10th delegation did not arrive, so we're going to move into reports. But before I do that, Councillor Lukes had provided a submission and I inadvertently did not ask for a motion to suspend the rules to allow last minute submission by Councillor Lukes to be added to item number 1. Okay, moved by Councillor Gilroy. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Moving on to reports, we're going to talk about number 1, operation of fireworks on private and public property. I do have the CAO here who is joining us and you can call up who you'd like to call up to speak to this item.
Keen to see if someone's here to present on this. Or not. Are you here for this one?
I think we had,
Fireworks?
yeah, the motion on fireworks, and I think the Chief Schmidt, do you want to come and speak? Do you want to bring up Deputy?
Around the agenda?
Deputy Elise, no, you're gonna speak to it, okay. So we do have the chief here to speak on the motion. We did hear from delegation from both sides, Councillor Lukes, not in support of banning, I think, but I think some cross-jurisdictional scan. We've heard from other delegates that consultation is key, with, I believe, I can't remember the name of it. Bear with me, Canadian National Fireworks Association. They're looking for some consultation on that front, but maybe if you could
Sure, so
speak a little bit about reporting as well,
Sure,
because I think you had mentioned that a report is coming forward. Okay,
the service does have a report in the works on this, so this motion is actually timely. The report that is underway will cover off all 4 of the items that Councillor Lukes has included in this motion. In reviewing the draft report, I have identified that there will be some additional time required on the report to fulfill the requirements under item number 1 in terms of the detailed look at fines within other Canadian jurisdictions. As well, item number 3 requests some information on specific provisions in other jurisdictions. So based on my review of the draft report, we're going to need to do some additional work on those 2 items. Following which we'll get that report submitted to the RAS and have it here at committee for review.
okay, so if 120 days, are you looking for an extra 30 days, 150 days?
Madam Chair?
Yes, oh, sorry, do you have questions?
No, I mean, I'm with you on like, I have experience like with Airbnb. At first, we directed the public service to explore, and then all of a sudden we have a report saying, it escalated to we're regulating Airbnb, and I'm concerned. I'm concerned this thing could grow, in particular the ban word, because banning things is basically an automatic creation of an illicit market, and then we lose all control. In my opinion, many people share that sort of opinion. So I don't like 2.
You don't like 2?
No.
Okay, a listing of cities in which the use or sale.
Because think of what's going to happen. People are going to buy them anyway, and they're going to use them, and then it's just going to be a problem. And people that are currently selling it in a responsible fashion are, they're going to have less business because people are just going to go the illicit route. I don't like the idea of a ban. I'd be okay with the rest of it.
Is it better if we delete the word banned and just say a listing of cities in which the use or sale of fireworks? I mean, or is that going to be part of the cross-jurisdictional scan?
Just looking at the intent might have not been to ban fireworks in general. It might have been to ban them at private properties. So I'm wondering if there could be like language in looking at are not banning, but are needing permits or something, because I think the intent was not to ban fireworks. I think the intent was in personal properties, what should we be doing?
Can we just delete two?
Well, could two be added to something else? Because I like how she says list the sittings in which the use or sale of fireworks.
Is permitted. It's either permitted or it's banned, like it's just silent. Where it's just, it'll happen and there are no like bylaw consequences.
Okay, you know what? I think number
Those are the three
three,
conditions.
maybe number three might actually cover off number two. Specific provisions from jurisdictions,
Yeah, like
which
fines,
cover the use of fireworks on public.
like fines, fine, like regulation, fine. It's just,
Well, number
there are
five
way
deals
more,
with fines.
there are more dangerous explosives than fireworks that are for sale and that you can purchase at a variety of like retail
point.
locations,
Yes,
so.
I understand. Okay, so. Specific provisions from other jurisdictions which govern the use and sale of fireworks on public and private property. That's an amendment to number three, Madam Clerk. And then we can delete the language about banned, not talking about the listing of cities in which the sale of fireworks is banned.
At the risk of sounding like a philosophy professor, it's like Draco's law, like if you can't have like, if you have like either ors, the thing doesn't work anymore.
Okay, so so number three, specific provisions from other jurisdictions which govern the use and sale of fireworks on fireworks, but the sale at businesses, will that include?
Will that include eBay? See, that's my concern, is that, so we have some bricks and mortar places right now. You can walk in, they pay taxes, or you can go online and just get it. And so how are we gonna enforce that? And why would we wanna make it harder on the people that are doing the bricks and mortar work who pay taxes? And then do nothing with the people that are selling stuff via apps?
But I think we've heard from the delegate that selling at businesses at bricks and mortars, there's an educational piece to it. So I want to know what we're doing at the city of Winnipeg level to ensure that businesses are doing the education.
Sure, well, what about
It's businesses and not just putting the onus on the city of Winnipeg to do
got it? So then-
communication. It'd be great if businesses can also do communication as well at the point of sale.
And are we not solving the wrong problem? Because what about the deliveries that are coming from the internet?
It's just looking for a report back and for the administration to go do all this work.
Yeah, I'm good with the proposed amendment.
Yeah, I think that.
It's just, we're adding a layer on top of something that is better than,
So recommendation two will be deleted. We're not talking about banning anything, but I do want to talk about the use and sale of fireworks. Okay, let's do that.
Timeframe is?
Sorry, 150 days, 120, but
As
you said you
proposed.
wanted it extended maybe 30 days. Oh, you can do it at 120? Okay, let's stick with 120.
okay.
Good? We're good with that slight
I know
amendment?
you have the gavel.
No, I do not have the gavel. I'm not gonna do that with you, Counselor.
Okay.
I only did it because you were having, anyways.
Control that needed to happen.
Jeez. Okay, with that amendment, Counselor Matt moves
Oh,
that
good.
amendment. Okay,
Yes.
all those in favor?
Aye.
To confirm, also, sorry, it's deleting recommendation two and in recommendation three, adding the words and sale after the words the use.
Correct. Does this go up to council or does it stay here? Stays here? Okay, perfect. Sorry, what month is 120 days?
Just trying to think about all the incendiary devices used at a variety of different celebrations that are part of like various ethnocultural celebrations. So just, anyway, we're gonna get
You digress, right? Yes.
Well,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. Moving on.
Next question.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. Okay, moving on to item number 2, council policy on encampments. Mr. CAO, who do you have to invite up or are you going to speak to it?
I'll introduce it, Madam Chair, but I'll invite Greg McPherson, our Manager of Community Development, to join me as well.
Sure.
So Madam Chair, we're pleased to bring forward today the encampment policy and response protocol for consideration by the Community Services Standing Committee. This is a response to the September 2025 direction from Council on this matter. The policy itself mirrors the Kingston, Ontario policy, which permits sheltering overnight on public lands, but prohibits it during the day between sunrise and sundown. Policy is grounded in providing safe spaces on public property with 3 guiding principles: accountability and transparency, health and well-being, and maintaining public well-being and order. In addition, we've also, with the submission, we have the encampment protocol that's being presented today, as well as information. And it's currently in the draft format. As Marion Willis brought up earlier, when we heard her speak today, it's a very complex situation. And we do anticipate that this protocol could change over time as we change our response in the coming months. Some of the key aspects of the protocol includes one, a tiered approach in our protocol, a creation of encampment collaboration table, standardized procedures, prioritization criteria, cleanup resources, and property and site management. This protocol is a key document for the public service, as it will ensure we have a coordinated and consistent response by staff. As I mentioned, Greg's here today. He'll provide an overview of the policy and the protocol, and can also answer any questions that any councillors might have.
Thank you. I do have a question with respect to the notices. I think there was some language in the protocol that talked about how notices were going to be given to people who are living in encampments. And there seems to be a bit of a level of difference between level 1 and level 2 on when the announcements, when the notices were going to be. So are you able to kind of talk a little bit about what that, are you giving papers? Is it more verbal? Are you doing it 1 hour before sunrise and 1 hour after sunset, or vice versa, or whatever? Can you talk a little bit more about what that looks like?
Sure. Yeah. So I think we've gone through a very difficult year, 2025 for Winnipeg. We saw roughly 700 people living in encampments, over 100 encampments in our city. And we've seen an impact on people's ability and freedom to use these public spaces. So we tried to create a policy that reflects council's directive around certainly the prohibition of encampments within certain sensitive sites. So you'll see within our leveled approach that level 1 is looking primarily at those sites. So sites that council has identified as being sensitive. Our approach to those from a practical standpoint will be to prioritize them and put the resources that we have into mitigating and managing those sites to really enforce that they're no longer places where people are allowed to camp. So the actual practical steps that we'll be taking, we are still working very closely with our outreach partners. We haven't had a complete consultation with Main Street Project yet, but we have had a good indication from them that they're willing to work with us very closely on this. So we're hoping to approach each of the encampments with our outreach partner, provide people with clear information about their rights and what they can expect vis-a-vis our new approach and bylaws that exist. There'll be a variety of bylaws in any given circumstance. In some cases, it'll be the Trespass Act. And each of the bylaws and the Trespass Act have their own parameters around them for how we would enforce them. So in some cases, there's a time limit. There are certain time frames with which we would have to give people notice. And then we would go back to them and make sure that they understand the notice period is ending. And we work again with our outreach partners to be sure that we don't want to put anyone in an unsafe place. We want to approach this work in a compassionate way. But at the same time, we do have to be firm that these are public spaces that are there for everyone. And we want to try to, as a city, protect people's rights to certainly to survive in an encampment, but also to be able to enjoy the playground or schoolyard.
So those notices, you talked about the Trespass Act, is that done in writing or is that done verbally?
Well, will depend in some cases on the individuals that are inhabiting the encampment. There'll be some instances where the person may or may not be able to read, for example. So I think we're going to be very sensitive to those circumstances and try to provide people with information that we're certain they've received. So it might be verbal, but it will likely also be signage. Many of these sites, we need to put up a trespass. Sure that people are aware that they're not actually welcome there, either in this case at all, or in the level B or the second level of priority situations where we're asking people to move on during the daytime.
And somewhat started touching light on the mitigation of level 1, temporary barriers or signage installed if required. So you're talking about signs that relate to the Trespassing Act.
Correct, or
Okay.
in some cases to a violation of a
Okay. Is that the camping bylaw you're talking about?
could be the camping bylaw. There are bylaws that, there are streets bylaws in some instances. Every encampment in Winnipeg is a little bit different. Some they have a lot of similarities, but each of them does have some specific requirements for us to work with our legal department to be sure that our approach to that encampment is actually focusing on the violation that's in question. So some encampments, for example, will involve other levels of government. So the site itself on the riverbank, for example, may involve both the province and the federal government.
And then could you, maybe just for policy stake and processes, I couldn't quite wrap my head around. So we have a policy that we're putting in place that's going to go to council. And then we have an encampment response protocol to be received as information that is in tandem with our current processes. And then we also have language around, somewhere around, we're going to start enforcement on November 17th. So help me understand in the best way that you can, how we can do, like, policy is not going to be voted on until the end of November, which is after November 17th. Right, and I think this is the first time we've ever done an encampment policy, right? I don't think this is a very new document we're doing, but we've had a protocol in place for quite a while. So can you help me understand how we're able to do the protocol without the encampment policy being voted on until the end of November?
Well, I think in a number of the situations we're looking at, we already have bylaws. We already have trespassing is a reality for these sites. So in some ways, what I believe my interpretation is, and I defer to Joe, but the interpretation from our directive from council of September 25th was to go and begin this work on November 17th. So we're working on actually enforcing the bylaws that we already have on the books, but then formalize that with policy by council review for the end of the month. So I think we're gearing up to do that work as of November 17th. There may be some elements that shift and change, and I think that was also, and speaking on behalf of Joe, that the idea of having a protocol document that's a living document that gets adjusted and changed as we go, as we learn, evidence-based. We'll give you this copy of it now, but it may be a little bit different by the end of the month once we've done this work for a couple of weeks.
Right, and then, okay, so that's fine. And then the policy as well is also a living document that also could change as weeks progress and things change, right? Is that correct to say, or does the policy state as it is? And then we have to do like a council motion to change policies, because we're hearing some talks from delegation about managed encampment houses to a housing. Would that be fair to say that falls under the policy, or would that fall under our response protocol?
I think the policy itself would be council's policy. So you would have to, I'm turning to clerks for this answer maybe, but my understanding would be if you adopted this policy, you could put into the adoption of it a check back. And we had recommended through our report that the check back be annually, but certainly if you wanted to happen more frequently, that's a council decision.
That's through the policy, is a check back annually, right? And when is that happening? I think, is that gonna happen next year, December?
I think it would be next November.
Next November, okay. when we've gone through basically a full outdoor, like a full spring, summer, fall kind of cycle where we're
Full
seeing.
year from when the policy was approved.
Okay.
So assuming it's approved in November, we basically be in November of next year.
Mhm.
Could I just ask everyone just to like speak a little bit?
Sure.
It's hard to hear in this room, so. yeah.
I heard from delegation, and I think the issue is very real. And I didn't actually think about it until they brought it up. When we are moving people along from these public spaces, eventually there'll come a time where they're gonna find spots where they won't need to move along. And I think one of the delegation had talked about vacant and derelict houses. And that gives me some very serious concerns. And I want to, I know we have vacant bylaws, in place. Residents call 911 or call 311 for trespasses and et cetera. That I think the managed encampment site, topic is very real. And are you able to, just from the get-go, like, what conversations have you had with the province of Manitoba? Because we can't do this alone. I think it's important that we work together with the province. I think we've heard from, and maybe I'm putting words in your mouth, but, the province of Manitoba is supportive of this protocol, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what about the managed encampment to housing? I think that language is very important too. So are you able to speak to that? Because we can't fully fund all of this, right? There's only so much money that can go around the table. And I've heard $2.3 million was poached from, or was broached from Halifax's model, right? And so could you talk about what conversations with the province of Manitoba have you had regarding managed encampment sites to housing? Sorry, that was a long way.
That's okay. I
question.
haven't had any specific to that topic. So we're a strong partner in the Your Way Home strategy with the province. One piece I think that's important to remember, this was the first year of that strategy. We did work very closely with the province and housed, I think it's close to 100 people at this stage. But the unit count, the availability of open units has been an issue for all of us in the strategy. And the number of people who've been in encampments in our city over the past year was much higher than we anticipated it being. And so having only 100 units available through that time, we do anticipate the province coming forward with a substantial number of units in 2026. And we don't anticipate there being a larger number of people in the encampment population in 2026. So our hope will be that this is an evolving reality. And to answer your question more directly, we are exploring every option. I think we're putting our time into research. We know the province is doing that as well. Though housing is our first approach. If we can find housing for people, we know they'll take it. It's just having the availability of units is the issue we've been struggling with so far. We do hope though that in 2026 we'll see substantial increase in availability.
But those are supportive social housing. So we've heard from delegate, what about the private sector? How do we tap into the private sector? But I did challenge the pose and question about some questionable units that have been out there. Manwin is a perfect example. Adenac is a perfect example of some very, very questionable housing. And we, as a city of Winnipeg, are obligated, to ensure people when they're in these housing that they need to be up to code. And when they're not up to code, there's some litigious, consequences to the city of Winnipeg. So while I can concur with private property, what can we do to ensure that if private owners are willing to be partners at the table, would there be standards, building code standards? Like how can we ensure that these units are also safe, right? In the private sector? Can you add some comments to that?
Well, I think
Sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot.
that might be putting me a bit on the spot.
Okay.
And I don't know if I have a clear answer for you,
Okay.
but certainly, I don't know, Joe, if you wanted to field that one, but we do have There are a lot of units available in our city. The private sector, I think, can be and should be a solution. I'm assuming too, even looking at Tessa Blakey White Cloud, who just stepped down as the Premier's advisor on homelessness to work with the new private-public partnership on housing development. I think there is a important role for the private sector, but we need also to be cautious about how buildings are managed. We need to regulate the management of buildings where we have a vulnerable population. Obviously, we've seen some very bad outcomes in some cases. And we have to support those managers, the property owners, to do a good job in providing that housing. If you're housing people who are quote unquote hard to house and they do need supports, and we need to figure out a way to make sure that that's a success and not a problem.
I would jump in here a little bit around, there's obviously varying levels and roles of the province versus us. And I would argue that the residential tenancies branch with the province also has a role here. In that any landlord out there does have to provide safe housing or safe lodgings for a tenant. And they have enforcement tools at their disposal as well that they can use.
That's through the RTB.
RTB, yeah.
Okay. But these people are not necessarily paying rent. So how would RTB be part of that? Because if they're not paying rent, they're just, they're transitioning. I'm assuming they're not paying rent. I don't.
EIA is paying their rent.
Oh, I think EIA is paying their rent. Okay. Thank you for answering.
Sorry.
I think that's all I have at the top of my head, but I'm sure you have questions, Councillor Gilroy. Go right ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess some questions here. I see that there's only 2 bylaw officers that are gonna, so just that number kind of concerns me, on the ability to make sure, that the bylaws are being followed. Do you want to talk a little bit about why the choice of 2? And then my other question with that, were they taken from the housing sector or were they net new? So that we don't lose that from the housing sector, because I do agree that we might see an increase of people trying to go into our vacant buildings. So, those 2 questions to start.
Sure. So we're working on doing this as is, so we're not asking the council for additional resources for the time being. And I think we're hopeful that the approach that we're taking will be fruitful. We have had a good partnership with our departments, community services and public works have both offered to give us access to one bylaw officer each for the time being as a starting place. And so we'll be working to try to establish this new protocol with the staff that we have. And I think I'm hopeful. I think we can roll this out. There are some pretty obvious and glaring violations on the books, and I think our starting point will be low-hanging fruit. We're going to try to get our feet under us as a public service in delivering this new protocol. And the 2 bylaw officers are still a work in progress, so this is evolving, and we're trying to come up with solutions as quickly as we can with our department colleagues. We should have more answers, even within the next few days, but for the time being, I can't really speak to the individuals.
Okay, just some comments, because I know Halifax, it's really key, I think, in this role. Like, you can't really just take a bylaw enforcement person that is doing vacant buildings, and it has to be somebody that can interact with the unhoused population. So just to keep that in mind when you are looking at, so I guess what I'm hearing from you is you're not taking away from the bylaw officers that are already doing vacant buildings. You're looking at community services and maybe public works and trying to find the right personnel to fit that kind of job.
That's correct.
Okay.
We're relying on our department colleagues to help us navigate that piece. And we're also working with our union partners as well. I think everyone wants the same thing here, and we're all working in one direction. So for the time being, we don't have any.
So why 2? Is there, just from your educational, I know that you were looking at other cities, why only 2? It just seems like not enough staff or.
It's just a start. So again, it's evolving. I think for the 17th of November, we wanted to try to even approach it as a bit of a pilot. So for safety reasons, we wouldn't have less than two for a starting point. That's what we've established is a dual partner approach. We'll also be relying on our partners with the Winnipeg Police Service, the outreach team that we've already hired through Main Street Project this year will be working very closely with us. So I feel confident that we can approach our work in this way, very safely and very compassionately. Speaking to the kind of qualifications you described, our outreach partners have that background as well. So I think having their involvement is critical to the success.
And last we heard in the paper, our outreach providers said that they weren't going to be supportive of this. Have we seen a kind of a shift and change to being more supportive from your discussions?
Sure. So I've spoken to the director at Main Street Project. We're still, we need to sit down together and actually have a full consultation and to iron out what this will look like in practice. But he has expressed his willingness to be a good partner in this. They are being paid by the city to do this work. As long as we don't violate their own charter or their own policies around people's human rights or people's safety, I think we can count on them as a willing partner in the work.
Okay. And I think this one's for you, Joe, more just in the past, we haven't really had fast resolve over issues with an encampment. Like it takes time to get cleanups to happen in parks and stuff. And really the key would be is to make sure that those cleanups are happening faster than what we've originally been able to do. I know that it seems like it's gonna be through your office that this is gonna be organized. Is there a coordinated plan to make sure that this work gets done faster and more efficient than it has in the past?
Well, I'll go back to what Greg referred to a minute or two ago. So Greg is our lead on our approach and our response. And he is collaborating with those other teams. And we've done a few things. One is a collaboration table as part of what we're going to be putting together here to ensure that all the departments are connected together. As part of that response that he referred to earlier around 2 bylaw officers, a reach provider, we would also have a site cleanup crew there as well that will go in at the same time and ensure that we get a quick response on the site there in the area.
So that's really good to hear because I think that that's critical that that happens at the same time. So in terms of what the public can expect, right? And counselors can expect moving forward. Because already people are saying, why are we allowing people to be having encampments in parks? What is the expectation? We only have 2 people. How are we going to, is there a way that you're planning on ruling this out to kind of try to get to everybody? I guess, and this 2 people is going to be difficult, but what can the public expect? We have a huge encampment, I think, in Councillor Rowland's ward still. I know StreetLinks has been doing a good job, was able to deal with the major one you had in yours, and then Councillor Eady's, but in terms of what they're seeing right now on the riverbanks, what is the expectation?
So our priority and our level approach, priority 1 is focus on the council's direction around sensitive properties. So I think the public can expect that we will be hitting the ground running with a number of properties day 1 to try to move people out of places where they're close to children and families. So if you're operating a community garden, if you're sending your kid to play in your splash pad or a playground, the expectation from our end is we're going to work together across departments. We have a couple of bylaw officers. They're part of this. I think that the substance of our approach is in partnership with all of the departments named, and I feel confident we can provide some fairly quick response to the problems that we're seeing presently. The larger encampments will take time. And I can't promise anything other than that at this stage. I think we're going to try to get our legs under us with some of the priority sites, and then we'll work our way towards the larger ones that are frankly more complicated. There's no way of making them less complicated, unfortunately, but I think our approach should allow us some latitude to certainly during the daytime, we can help make those encampments less entrenched. That would be a benefit. But we also have to balance people's safety. So it's a little bit complicated, but I think we're gonna do that within a reasonable period of time.
And I think that just for people that do have encampments in their backyards and they're entrenched, right? So they're gonna be a little bit more difficult. Is there gonna be some coordinated efforts on trying to educate those encampments earlier on? And are your staff gonna be suggesting areas where people can camp overnight? And letting them know kind of the rules behind that, because I think you can camp overnight not in areas that are not in like parks where kids are playing and stuff like that. Will you be educating the unsheltered people to say where they are to camp?
We will, and I would say too that our experience with this population is, they're survivors,
Yeah.
and they'll learn these rules very quickly. And our hope is that we can work with them and with our outreach partners to be sure that the impact is getting us what we want, while also helping to support them into housing options.
I know. I'm taking a lot.
No,
No, it's okay.
no.
Okay,
Go
I
ahead.
guess.
This is your motion, so.
Yeah, it's no shock that I would really prefer than to let people tear down and tear up. I prefer managed encampment site. That's no shock. Went to Halifax. Theirs is not a managed, just so everyone's clear, it's not managed. It is more like we see out there, but the city does do services there that helps reduce the cost of what we understand, policing and all these other things is reduce the cost. So it's still benefit. If there was an appetite, I think the province does need to come to the table, because I think the whole idea for me in this site would be to triage for addiction and housing, which would need the province really become a critical partner in that. Would we be able to, within this policy framework, be able to shift gears a little bit? And does this give us the ability to shift if we had to, if there was a willingness of a partner to do more of a managed site?
I would say so, yeah. I think the policy really is focused on our approach to encampments. Certainly if other options are explored and there's new ways of approaching this as an issue for our community, for the city, this won't preclude making those changes. But for the time being, just given what we were provided by council from the motion on September 25th, I think what the policy provides is just clarity that we're going to take this approach on behalf of council's direction. And the protocol is Joe's purview, it's Joe's authority. And so I think that builds in a sense of practical terms. This is what we're going to do. If suddenly we are presented by council with another direction that adds a different approach, I think we're looking for solutions. So I don't think the policy precludes doing that.
Yeah, I'll jump in there. I'll echo what Greg says. We're here to execute the will of council, and if it's the will of council to go down, change the direction on this and go down another route, we're happy to do that.
Just another note, was there any discussion about having a space where people can drop their tents off during the day? And so they wouldn't have to carry it. Has there been any discussion around that with our shelter system and stuff?
This is an important part, and we are working on that. I don't have a clear answer today, unfortunately, but I do anticipate having a good answer. My hope would be by the executive policy committee, but for the time being, that's an outstanding question.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I'm wondering how this is gonna, in St. Boniface, things have been different for many years because we have St. Boniface Street Links, and then they expanded their operation citywide. And as we know, they were not selected as the outreach organization for the city of Winnipeg. So I presume, I think we're gonna keep calling Street Links. They're gonna keep being there and operating, and how's it gonna work when we get a call from a resident and they're gonna likely say there's an encampment near my property or in one of these zones. I then send that to 311 and then keep following up for like we do for every other issue.
We get weekly reports from 311, and we're in constant receipt of notices from our partners in fire, from police. We meet weekly already, an operational table. We also are in conversation with counselors like yourself for areas that you've seen as priorities. And our job as a coordinating table will be to prioritize. I think the framework we were offering here is a work in progress, but I think it's a good start to trying to prioritize our. We have limited resources. We want to make sure that our resources are focused and used in the best way possible.
So I know that I don't try to use public service. I know that I think within the social services organizations, there's tension about what housing is and what housing is not. And I think the crux of the issue is that some organizations will only consider a certain standard in terms of housing, and others will consider a different standard. Like being not out on the street is better than being inside somewhere is better than being on the street, has been what I've heard some people say. And I heard a big qualifier when you said that you're going to be meeting with our outreach provider, and that you think, I'm paraphrasing, had a conversation, and you expect that as long as it doesn't violate their own organization's human rights interpretation. And I know that there are many. There's the United Declaration for Human Rights, which is much more broad than the Manitoba Human Rights application and Manitoba Human Rights Commission. So it's I guess we just have to see how this goes. I'm also like the Halifax case was apparently their approach apparently was as a result of a violent confrontation with police. And we almost had that in the same office one time. We had a group of residents that said, we're going to go and take care of this. And I'm like, whoa, like, so I called up Street Links and they got involved. And I called police, and they got involved. And I'm worried about those types of situations. Mile officers, I mean, I guess their role is to issue the order, but in an environment that is safe for them. It's a lot to reconcile.
Are you asking?
Well, the question.
Will the
how will we know how the outreach is going? I guess how will we know? Like, can we? I don't know. Like in Halifax, it was a state of emergency, and there was somebody who was dedicated to violence. I guess in this case, it would be yourself. Somebody if you reported directly to the CAO, which would be yourself. But they apparently called a state of emergency, and they had a flexible budgeting system where it wasn't just the 2.3 million associated to the office, but it was also, and that was for expenses like setting up an encampment site, any associated expenses that were beyond the city's departmental budgets. But the other thing they had apparently was like a priority system where if you needed in the Halifax model, and apparently the accounting came like on the back end. This is my understanding of how that worked there. But
Question.
Yeah, how often we're going to get reporting on this? I guess should we keep bringing it back here?
Yes.
I mean, can I declare a state of emergency right now and have it come to the committee every month? I mean, I know I can.
I don't know if you can declare a state of emergency. I think that's the mayor's duty to
Well,
declare.
mayor and council, yes, but there have been precedents in Winnipeg. We had the crime task force, we had the arson task force. Everybody got together. There was a very high priority put on arson, and the arson went away. I know when there's a will, there's a way, and I'll leave it for now. for other conversations with my colleagues, but
We could ask for that.
Verbal monthly.
Verbal monthlies. I think that's a good idea.
I don't think. I mean,
That's the will of council. We can provide a regular reporting and it's not.
like, I wanna know that it's working. And I know that in St. Boniface, we had a groove going and it's changed now and it's gonna keep going, but it's not that formal link. And I guess it's another question. Is there a way to have a formal link with St. Boniface Street Links? Because they're still out there. They're still being funded by the private sector. They're still being funded by the city for their I'm just wondering, like, how do we make that connection from our council office?
I'm not in favor of like monthly, but if we can do quarterly
No,
updates.
More than that.
You want
We
more
need
than
to know
that?
This is working. We have to stay on top of it.
Okay.
So unless we want to do a subcommittee on it, which I'd be very much.
Well, I know that if the more we talk about this, the more attention there will be to it and the more it will become a political priority. One of the ways of doing it is to have a meeting like we had today.
Mhm. Is there somewhere built in the protocol? Because I know your policy stated annual reporting to council, which is more like a written, but what kind of part of your protocol? I know you meet with the task force weekly. Yeah, if you came back to this committee through the protocol on a monthly basis with verbal updates on, I don't know how that'll even look like what information, first of all, okay, let's get to the root of this.
Yeah.
What information are you looking for?
not
What you
just
want? Well, that's the thing, you're looking for verbal updates. There's certain information that you're looking for.
No, I'm looking to elevate the file.
Okay.
Elevate the file by having
To-
this as a standing item or something that's reported on more regularly.
Right, but that's the only way we do reporting is either through this committee, through verbal or written reports, if you're looking to elevate.
Yeah,
But what are you looking to elevate? I gotta get the root cause. What are you looking to elevate? What issue are you looking to elevate? I know you're looking for a state of emergency. We can't do that, but what are you looking to elevate?
yeah, I mean, just I heard at the door, and I hear from candidates who ran for office recently, the number one issue is homelessness.
Mhm.
And if we could have a verbal update here, that, I don't know, that might suffice.
I can talk about what I'd like to see. And I do think it should be verbal. I think if we ask them to do a written, it would be very time.
No, I mean, a written report is all of us, and it takes weeks to get through the system, that's not. But short of declaring it like something that I'd like to see it standing item, do we not hear how things are going next month with a
Mhm.
verbal?
Okay.
And reevaluate at that point.
Madam Chair, if I could respond.
Sure.
So completely understand where you're coming from with this and in terms of some type of reporting. We'd like to take that back and provide some advice back to you on how best to report. We'd like to look at what numbers and how we're going to be monitoring internally and how we can reflect that into some type of a report. We're happy to go with whatever frequency is required, but we'd like to be able to answer that a little more detail than what we have ready here today. So we'd like
So
to-
more of like a monitoring process.
Well, there's different ways you can do this. You could look at it from a reporting perspective of, what has our team done? You know what I mean? Like what has the team actioned or each month or over a quarter or whatever. But if you're looking for something different in terms of the number of individuals inhabitant in an encampment, we won't have access to that necessarily on a monthly basis. Those are point in time counts that occur at various times throughout the year. So we wouldn't be able to provide some of that. So what I'm saying is that we'd like to take this back and let you know what we can't provide and see if that's acceptable.
Okay, well, we can communicate offline, Madam Chair, and through you to the public service directly. I think Cindy had some more specific ideas.
Yeah, I think it's really critical that we know how many touches our bylaw officers have had. where we see, you know, because we are allocating money, even though it doesn't say we're allocating money, there is a cost, right? So I see Jim B here, right? So there's gonna be garbage that's gonna be cleaned up. There's a cost to that, right? So we need to really monitor that to see, like, right now we have a program that has no funding, right? And that concerns me, but I know that that's where we're at right now, and to move this forward, this is something I'm gonna have to try to deal with, but monitoring this moving forward, is this something that we are truly funding appropriately to make sure that we're getting the outcomes that we desired? If the outcome we desired is not to have encampments overnight, then how are we doing that? Like, you know, what are the 311 calls? We're gonna have the data. So I don't think we need to have you guys do a written report. I think just until we get, maybe it is even just for a few months till we get this, because it's so new, get this on going. I think we should be monitoring this, right? Because it did say that you know, that things are gonna change, and I do think this is a new policy. I do think it's gonna be something, lessons learned, is gonna change. So I think that us here at this committee should be kind of monitoring all that.
So how about this, Councillor Gilroy? We have a new recommendation 3, where we direct the public service to come back with a verbal update on options to monitor the protocol. So at least they can come back, you know, in a month, and they've taken exactly what you've said, and then come up with an option to monitor, so the protocol. Like, I think that kind of gives you a bit of a broad, generic statement. I can hear both sides of what could be, and so if you can take some of the things.
I like that, Madam Chair. I feel heard. If that's what's
Okay.
being written.
So come back with the verbal,
Okay.
I think either Gilroy, Councillor Gilroy, if you're okay with that amendment, a verbal update on options to monitor the protocol.
Yeah.
And I-
have
Go ahead.
another question, comment. One of the things that Halifax has done very, very well is that when people were not in the right space, they moved them. They physically, like, it wasn't like, okay, you gotta go find it on your own. There was an attempt, they brought all their stuff and all their belongings, and they actually moved them to where they're allowed to be. So working with our community organizations, that is our outreach coordinator, that I think has I don't know, I haven't read the RFP in full. Is there provisions in there for us to kind of change that, ensuring that these things might need to be added to, because people might not be, like, now we're gonna have people that like built houses kind of within their tents that have a lot of belongings, and we're trying to be respectful as we can. Do we have provisions in that RFP to get them to help them bring their belongings to a site? And maybe even help them get rid of some of their belongings, that triage thing? Do we have that within that RFP with our community organization?
We do have flexibility to adjust, particularly right now. I think this is a good moment for us to add, for the new year coming, we can add the 2026 could look a little different. And we would ask them to be compliant to different requirements.
Yeah, because that's really critical. And then, do our community outreach organizations have a clear understanding of what the city can do in terms of helping people get support for passes, like passes for facility passes? Like, one of the things that Halifax done, so this is just a conversation because I didn't see it in here, but instead of people going on our transit by not paying their fares and stuff, they were able to give the outreach organizations, the ability to have passes so that they weren't creating that. Right now, fare evasion is really big. Our public is very upset about that. One way the city could be helping is by giving the organizations tickets, so people were not doing fare evasions, and trying to teach a proper way of using transit. And even using our systems, our Cindy Clausen and stuff for showering and stuff like that. They were providing those coupon tickets or whatever, I don't know, vouchers or whatever they're called, subsidies. They would be getting it anyways because we have a policy that says if you don't have the funding, you can get access to these facilities. So that is something I'm hoping you can organize, because I think for dignity and I think for dealing with some of the public issues where fare evasion and some of those other things, we could be solving some of that problem with having, you know, providing those that service. So I know that you haven't thought of everything. I'm just sharing what maybe I learned. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. I've written a ton of notes.
Yeah.
I really liked. Okay, so I think I don't have any other questions. I think we talked about enforcement. How did that look like? Cleanups, public expectations, verbal update, private sector. I think we've talked about that.
So,
And the policy, I believe, is gonna go up through EPC and eventually council. Enforcement will start after the 17th, right? Okay.
Can I put some comments on the record?
Yeah, sure, but are you gonna be moving that amendment? Are you able to move that slight amendment? Are you okay with that amendment? Okay. Oh, they're gonna come back in 30 days at the next committee meeting. Yeah, sorry, I didn't put a time frame on that. Yeah, verbal update on options to monitor the protocol. And what was the date? We'd say 30 days?
So 30 days would be December 2nd, maybe?
Okay. December 2nd? Do we want to say December 2nd, 2025, or can we say 30 days? Are you okay with 30 days? Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Roy. Yes.
My comments are, and I am gonna be supporting this, I wanna thank the team in such a short time. The small, very, very small, dedicated team with not a lot of funding, and I wanna recognize that. Done a very good job in such a short time, so I just wanna thank you for that, because it's really incredible work. And I know you've got a lot of different files on the go, so just want to thank you for that. And I'll be supporting this with the amended motion moving forward, up to EPC, but I do, on a caveat, like I really want the mayor to hear me and the province to really hear me, that this is not going to work unless we have a managed to triage site. I fully believe that. This is not going away for the public. And the public is wanting us to really do something about homelessness. And just knowing, because I have it in my ward, I know you all have it in your ward, we all know that a lot more needs to be done. And so I want the mayor to hear me that the answer is not just this, is that we do have to do other work. So this is one step forward, not allowing it in where kids are playing. But we really need to focus on getting the people the supports and helps that they need. I do believe the province needs to be at the table, but the city has a major role. We could be supplying in what Halifax does. They do not, I want to be very consistent here, they do not manage site. Mine, I would hope, have a community organization managing it with security, where they offer, the city pays for porta potties, pays for garbage, which we'd be already doing, so there would be very little cost there. You know, and so, and I think they pay for a little bit of the power, and Manitoba Hydro can come on board and pay for that, some of that. This is the way we're gonna resolve this issue, and so I just wanna make it clear that there has to be, the mayor has to get on board with kind of communicating with the province. He's our head, that's his role in this job. And I am looking for a managed triage encampment site. And I think that that's where we have to go. And there has to be a look at the open market in terms of dealing with our dealing with our housing issues. I do not believe that these new builds, we're not putting people into these new builds. Like, I'm sorry, that's not where they're gonna be putting people that are dealing with the issues we're seeing in encampments and new builds. So it will be the private market, and so that's where the province is gonna have to come to the table and make sure there's organizations inside those buildings and work with the private market on that, because they cannot go it alone. And that's the difference. A few years back, us council voted, so it was a motion I put forward, you all voted that the province sets up a licensing regime for all those buildings that are funded through EIA. And that is one way we could be solving this issue. If there was a regime funded through all the funding that's coming through EIA, and they license it and they dictate how they should be run, put organizations in charge of them, we could be dealing with this matter. And buildings that are sitting empty right now. And buildings that buildings that are really closed and could be revamped and now become part of a community good instead of sitting vacant in my ward and in your ward, Councillor Santos. So just wanting to put those on the record. Thank you for giving me that time. This is something I'm pretty passionate about. So I will be supporting this moving up to EPC, but hoping that the powers that be that have a lot more powers than me hear me on what I think we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Allard, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I'll be supporting and look forward to the conversation next month. I'm just, I don't want to see in Winnipeg what happened in Halifax, like a confrontation with a group of people that have different views on how the city should be approaching this. I trust our administration will be cautious and nimble, and that this is doing something that hasn't been done before, and so I'll be supporting the amendment proposed by you, Madam Chair, and the motion moved by Councillor Gilroy, and looking to hear what the public service has to say in terms of those hopefully successes and most probably challenges that we've had, that the city has had in with this new bylaw.
Thank you. Yeah, and so thank you to the delegates that had come out and provided their lived experience. I think those conversations are very important at the table. I do believe in lived experience is, part of the solution on what is happening in the grassroots area and on the ground floor, because they're providing their feedback on what has worked and what has not worked. And I think we really need to take those definitely into consideration. I am supportive of the bylaw, or sorry, the response protocol and the policy. I think we've heard from our staff that these are living documents, and I do believe they will be changed in a couple of weeks or months' time, because we too need to live through our own experiences as well. And I want to thank Greg for all the work that you do. I know this is a tough file, and working with the province, I think it's very important, especially with the Your Way Home strategy, and possibly coming up with some solutions on how we could really work with the tenancy branch, the EIA, and these private sectors. I think there's opportunities there. I want to put that on the record that I think we really need to ensure that if the private properties are coming on board, it's still the onus on them to make sure these units are also safe and up to standards, right? And can't just put them in derelict situations, because we do have standards that we need to make sure that are in place. And as a city of Winnipeg at a high level, it is our responsibility, and as chair of community services, it is our still responsibility and mandate to ensure our public spaces are remaining safe and that are being used for their intended purposes. This policy and response is not going to be solving anything. And I can hear from the delegates, it seems like we're just moving the situation along. But we also have to listen to the residents as well. They want to be able to use these spaces. And so we're putting some boundaries some limitations to ensure that residences can also use these spaces during the day or after school. And this is really a call to action from residences, and I can completely empathize with the residents as well as the people who are unhoused, because we know there's a lot of mental health issues, there's a lot of addictions that are going on. And you know, they have said some shelters are not safe. They don't want to go in these shelters. They prefer to live on the land, and I can understand that as well. So it's really important, the Your Way Home strategy, the city enforcement policy that we're putting in place really kind of need to work in tandem with each other, and ensuring that these the units are available as well. And I know there's complications with that. So that being said, I appreciate my council colleagues today. This will be going up to EPC. I know there's going to be further dialogue at EPC, and hope that Councillor Gilroy will come in delegation. And, you know, I encourage delegations that were today to come to EPC as well and share their lived experiences, and maybe something could happen at that point in time. So with that in mind, I'll call the question. All those.
Councillor Gilroy is moving the motion to concur with the amendment.
Yes. All those in favor? Aye. And that's carried. All right, moving on. Do we still want to keep working? You guys will keep going? Okay, we'll move on to item number 3. Agreement between the Recreation Services Division, Community Service Department, and the Province of Manitoba for the sharing of personal information. I'll turn it to you, Joe, for introductions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For agenda items 3 through 5, with me today to speak to this item. These items will be Cindy Fernandez, our Director of Community Services. I'll hand it over to Cindy to present this one.
I've also brought Dan Serrano, our Manager of Recreation Services, and Jen Larson, our, I get the wrong title, Coordinator of Business Office. Close enough? Yeah, okay. All right, so the report that you have in front of you is an agreement between Rec Services Division, Community Services Department, and the Province of Manitoba for the sharing of personal information. So currently, the city, we offer a fee assistance program to residents in Winnipeg who can't afford access to recreation programs or fitness facilities offered by the Community Services Department. I know you guys are all aware of that. This report, though, supports a collaboration between Province of Manitoba, Winnipeg Transit, and Community Services that effectively simplify how people can apply and benefit from assistance programs between the 3 entities. So the application process for a resident would be quicker, easier, and more convenient for the citizens. So the agreement, the recommended agreement, is between Community Services and the Province of Manitoba. It will share select limited personal information. This information will confirm whether or not a person is eligible for the program. The collection and sharing of information falls under FIPA, so the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act, and people can choose not to allow the sharing of that information. And the city or province can cancel the agreement at all times or at any time in the future. So this agreement that you have is the same as one that Transit has with the province, and it's a critical step in allowing a person to apply only once to both the fee assistance program in transit and then in recreation services. There's no financial implications, and council is required to approve any agreement with the province.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the service? Go ahead.
So how much does it cost? If you were to like go family, any incremental dollar is expensive. So I don't know if I'm like family 6, I want to go to a pool. What does that look like? Do I still have to, like, there's a reduced fare, but you still have to pay? Like, because every incremental dollar is like,
So if you were,
it's a dollar worth more than a dollar for somebody who's not like those. So.
through our program, we do provide waived facility access. So we do that with the 10 visit pass, and they can renew that as many times as they need to.
Waived, so free?
Yeah.
Okay. And so I've heard, Madam Chair, through you, public service, people saying that it's, I don't know, complicated, onerous. What does the process look like if somebody wants to get these 10 passes and they're like, oh, man.
There is an application form that they are required to fill out. We do have an option to seek a third-party referral. So if an applicant is having difficulty completing the form, they could work with another agency, and that agency could help them fill it out and fill it out for them. The information collected on the form is mostly their personal information about who's in their household. And then they are required to indicate which of the program criteria that they are applying under and provide support documentation. The change that we're proposing would actually reduce the amount of supporting documentation we would have to collect. So we would no longer have to collect an EIA budget letter. Instead, they would just provide us with a case number, and then we would work with the EIA program to confirm that that's an active case.
Sounds positive. Okay.
Any questions? Okay, with that, want somebody move the public service recommendation, moved by Councillor Gilroy. All those in favor? Aye. That's carried. Moving on to item number 4, annual fee waivers, recreation, leisure, and library fees and charges policy LW 009.
So the Community Services Department reports transparently each year on organizations who receive facility fee waivers, recreation facilities that are owned and operated by the city. So this particular report in front of you also provides a summary of the types of other support provided to people, groups, or organizations under the Community Services Fee Assistance Program. So it's a little bit related to the one we just talked about. So we want to remove financial barriers to participate in recreation opportunities. So the Community Services, Rec, Leisure, and Library Fees and Charges policy requires the department to report on a list of all the groups and organizations that receive fee waivers valued over $5,000, and also fee assistance provided during the year. So I do have, as Director of Community Services, I do have delegated authority to waive or reduce fees to people, nonprofits, public schools, and government organizations, provided that they meet the criteria objectives of the program. In total, in 2024, the Community Services Department approved $2.3 million in fee assistance, broken down by almost $400,000 for registered programming and recreation, memberships of just over $1 million, equipment rentals of $4,000, and facility waivers of almost $850,000. And then there was almost $12,000 worth of library facility waivers. So table 5 and 6 of the report lists all of those organizations that have received a facility fee waiver that's greater than $5,000 in 2024. The report also has a second recommendation because the report is received this as information, but also we do want and ask for an amendment to the policy. Because when the policy was updated in 2023, we inadvertently restricted the authority to waive fees for up to only 1 year. So we need a policy amendment to provide the opportunity to continue to support the organizations, subject to funds being available in the council approved budget, and that they align with and support council's plans, policies, and strategies. So there's 2 recommendations in the report. One is to receive it as information, and number 2 is to allow the fee waivers to extend beyond 1 year.
How long? How long?
Well, some of the organizations that you can see listed on page 5 and 6, they have been using our facilities for decades. And so I think, you know, a key part that I didn't mention is, yes, we're waiving these fees, but these organizations not have the ability to pay. So it's not that we're foregoing any revenue. We just wouldn't have these organizations in our facility. So these organizations do great work for the community. They do support council's, you know, plans and policies, and the work that they do is supportive to the community. So we want them to continue. So when you ask
how many years. I think we would just be able to look at them on a yearly basis because they do apply. They apply to recreation services every year, explaining what they would like, what hours they would like. And if we can afford to do so, then we would.
So, Madam Chair, I'm not understanding because I thought that the public service already had that authority. So what is the change? Because you said extend for more than 1 year, and then what I heard in the response was that every year you would look at the request, and therefore you would. I'm seeing seeing like 1 = 1 and pathology.
According to the way the policy is written, it is restrictive to allow for only 1 year.
So you're saying.
So I'm asking for that to be amended so that we would have the ability to renew year after year if we can afford to do so.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I think I understand now. So the current policy allows for the public service to allow for 1 year, but then the public service then needs to come back to council.
Yeah.
To get another year. And you're saying, can you please let us do year by year without coming to council every time? But it would be limited to 1 year. And no more than 1 year. Okay. I now understand.
Go ahead, Councilor Devon.
It's really important to note too that these are really good services, and a lot of the times they're using the pools and fitness areas and stuff when we do have staff already there, but it's not busy. So it's really, I feel it's more cost neutral than actual costs of Winnipeg, because we're having to keep these places open and there's not a million people using the pool at that time, right? So I think it's a good thing for the community and for these organizations, and believe strongly in this program. So thank you very much for all the work you do, because I know it takes a lot to organize it, but I think it's a really great idea for the city to do that. So I'm happy to move this
Yeah,
forward.
just have one question.
Sure, yeah.
I think here in the 2024 fee subsidy, you have here on page, I don't know if it's 3 or 4, where it talks about, so the biggest number that jumps out at me is the facility memberships, 10 visit rechargeable passes. It's $1 million. If I remember correctly, that number had moved a little bit from, how we were calculating that to what we're doing now, but it says 10 visit rechargeable pass. Could you explain to me like how that works? Because $1 million is quite a bit of money that we're subsidizing, so.
I can start and then we can supplement.
Sure.
So when somebody is approved for a fee waiver, whether it's themselves, an individual or a family, what we're offering is a 10 visit rechargeable pass. So in other words, we're saying, yes, you can have access to the facilities for a year, but we are giving you 10 visit passes at a time. So in other words, here's your 10. And then once you finish those 10, when you go up to the counter, we'll give you another 10. Because we don't want to recognize the value of a year pass in our general ledger and financial system if they're only using 10 visits, right? So that's what we did in a change last year is, yes, we valued all of these passes at a year worth, but found that a lot of them are not being used as often. So that's why we changed the process, and then we also then changes the value, right, that we're providing.
And then do you have the number of facility memberships you have given out to date for 2024 that equaled the $1 million? Do you have the number? Do you calculate how many people, or is it just more set on a criteria on who is eligible to have these memberships?
I'm sure we have that, but maybe have that number available. In terms of like operating it as a cap to the program, there is no numerical cap. So there's not a limitation. We only have this many passes. That's all we can put out. Anyone that would qualify would receive the pass.
When you say qualify, who's that qualified? Who's the qualifiers?
What is the criteria?
Yes,
for qualification?
yes, sorry, thank you, yes.
Yeah, so it is, first of all, they have to be a city Winnipeg resident, or an incumbent.
And they do have to provide verification of economic need. So there's several different ways that they can do that. Showing us a notice of assessment. We mentioned the EIA program. We also accept CPB, disability statement. Basically something that just verifies that their annual net income for the household does put them below that. But just going back to clarify your question, would you like to know how many?
No, I just thought if you
individuals?
knew, yeah,
Oh,
if you knew at the top of your head, if you don't know the top of your head, that's okay. I just asked if you knew at the top of your head. Okay. I don't have any other questions, but thank you for clarifying points. Right, just here, somebody wants to move the public service recommendation. Okay, moved by Councillor Gilroy. All those in favor? Aye, that's carried. Moving on to item number 5, Sherbrooke Pool Fitness Facility fees. Welcome. Go ahead, Joe. To introduce, if you'd like.
Yeah, items 3 through 5.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, they're gonna go ahead and do that.
I've got Chris Brown here from Recreation. He's one of our recreation coordinators, of which Sherbrooke Pool is within your area, right? And was the author of the report. So, Councillor Guillory, you'll be very pleased to find out that we've actually implemented a trial. And with a reduced $3 daily admission rate to Sherbrooke Pool Fitness Center facility. And we started in on September 2nd, because I did have the authority to do that. So we implemented the fee. So we didn't necessarily have to do a report. This is the report back, essentially telling you that we have implemented it. We started it September 2nd. And we're going to continue with the 2-year pilot until August 31st, 2027. And then we'll assess whether or not really attendance, how the attendance is, and whether cost truly is a barrier to participation. We certainly acknowledge that simplifying the fees and charges is a strategic goal to support our citizens. So we will track the trial success with the data, and we can report back in fall of 2027.
What's the original rate again? I forget. What was the original?
Well, the Peguis Trail Fitness Center is $3, and that's what we're charging.
Right.
The difference being that the Peguis Trail Fitness Center is a single amenity.
Right.
Sherbrooke Pool is more than a single amenity. I mean, the primary amenity is the pool, and the fitness facility is kind of ancillary. So, but we're gonna try the $3 for the fitness facility pass only, and I think you might have stats, right?
We have an update on, I'll turn to Chris, I was just gonna share the current daily regular admission for an adult is $8.54.
Okay, so that's quite a big.
Oh, sorry, I didn't misunderstand.
Yeah, that
Okay.
54.
Sure. So looking at since September, there's been 16 passes sold at the reduced rate for the fitness center only. And so that in terms of the like point of sale cash admissions, that's about 6% of the total.
And then question, so to access the gymnasium, you do have to go through the pool area. Are you watching, I guess it kind of sounds weird, but watching those who are going into the gym and then, you know, saying that, okay, I'm gonna do half an hour gym, I still have 30 more minutes before my kid is done, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just giving an example, but I don't know how long the swimming lessons are, but they come in and use the pool and you're gonna tell them like, hey, no, you can't be using the pool. You paid $3 only to use the gymnasium. Like, what are you doing to mitigate scenarios like that?
I think for the most part, because it's such a small number, you know, the staff at the front desk do have access, like they can see the pool deck area, they have CCTV in the fitness center, so they can sort of get a sense of the flow in the building. We know that 90%-ish of the use of Kinsman Sherbrooke is people who are in our registered leisure guide programs, whether it's the adult fitness programs that happen during the day or the swim lessons. So I guess the short version, I don't think it's a huge concern. But if we did suddenly notice that the $3 admission spiked and everyone was in the pool, then we would start to question.
And that's where you're coming back with the measure of success, right? You're coming back here when? Are you coming back with this committee? Is there some kind of reporting back? Sorry.
Budget 2027.
In 2027, because you're gonna be doing this for a full calendar year, right?
2 years.
2 years. Okay, and then you'll come back. Okay. Sounds good. All right, I think Councillor Gilroy wants to know it to be received as information.
And council colleagues, because you all voted for this and supported it as well, and it's something I think that's really, really good for the community, so thank you for that.
You're welcome. All right, all those in favor? Aye, and that's carried. All right, moving on to item number 6, new fee for adult cricket field rental.
Oh, no, I thought we were doing Island Lakes. Do Island Lakes?
Okay, do we want to move the addendum report up because the public service is here to talk about the CIGP grant, which is Cindy Fernandez's team? We can do that? Yeah, let's do that. We'll speak to item number 11, which I believe is in Councillor Allard. Okay.
Public service want to speak to this?
Yeah, it's just not meeting criteria of the CIGP program because it's asking for more than 50% of contribution from the city of Winnipeg. So certainly up to yourself and the committee to move this forward for approval of the council to waive criteria.
Yeah, so it's, I think there's provincial funding in there, and the Island Lakes Residents Association is driving this. This is assisting them, but they don't have the matching. They don't have the full matching. But
So you're
for,
getting more than 50% from your work.
yeah,
Okay,
it's for tennis courts and basketball. Yeah.
awesome. All right. Okay, moved by Councillor Allard. All those in favor? Aye, that's carried. Okay, moving on to back to the regular agenda item. Item number 6, new fee for adult cricket field rental. Go ahead, Joe.
Thanks, Madam Chair. For items 6 through 10, Jim Berzowski, and Director of Public Works, and Dave Domke, Manager of Parks and Open Space, are here to speak to these items. And it'll be.
Yeah, so in regards to item 6, new fee for adult cricket field rental. On July 17th, 2025, council directed the public service to work with the Manitoba Cricket Association on the creation of half booking time slots that reflect the longer duration of cricket games specific to Bridgewater Lakes Park, and report back in 90 days. So that report back is in, and that's what Dave's going to be commenting on with the executive summary and any other questions.
Joe, yeah, so we did meet with the Manitoba Cricket Association, and they wanted to go to a halftime booking slot versus our full-time booking slot, was their last thought. After meeting, we agreed that we should all go to an hourly fee for bookings, which kind of aligns with a couple of different ideas. We'd be concerned that athletic groups would, other athletic field groups would also want the same deal. So we can't treat cricket different than baseball or football, for example. So that, I mean, that made some sense. I think the other part is that we mentioned that the other groups, let me just say, so other groups also have issues about extended times, like double headers in baseball would be an example. Multiple games on days such as that. So the other important part to mention here is that the athletic field review that we did back in 2018, which we hadn't actioned on and we're looking at, did call for hourly fee charges. So we're using this as a bit of a trigger to consider the hourly fee charge, but we want to take a simple consultation with the other groups to make sure that they're still aligned with this idea. So we've already sent out a survey and expecting responses back. And assuming everyone is in agreement, we'll come back and ask for a new fee from council as is required. Any questions?
Yeah, so for the new fee, I believe you had It's prorated or it's done by an hourly rate of 21.11 to ensure that it matches the 4 hour or 6 hour slot. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. It's intended to be revenue neutral.
Okay. And then you had mentioned that it only will affect athletic fields. So what about some of the other ones like tennis or basketball? Those are like more free to use, is that correct?
Those are free. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
This is
and that
only,
falls under a different category?
well, this is specifically for athletic field use,
Okay,
not
so
court
give me
use.
examples like athletic fields.
Oh, athletic fields, baseball, football, ultimate, soccer, yeah.
Okay. And you said you had already sent out the survey. Have you had any responses to date?
You know, I haven't checked back on
Okay.
that yet.
Okay, and then when do you expect, after you've had your consultation, to report back with, if it's supportive, you have to do a new policy, is that right?
Just the new fee is required under the fee and charges rule. Council has to approve all new fees,
Okay.
if they're not within inflation, and this would be that
I was
case.
gonna ask you about that inflation, because there is a 2% inflation that is added on top of fees. Will that take into account, once you've done the hourly, that change?
Yeah, it'll be a different fee in 2026, depending what the CFO directs us as for inflation.
Okay, and did it ever happen when you were doing it under the 4 hour booking slot? Did the inflation?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Inflation every year.
Okay, so that's not new. Okay,
It's not.
sounds good. And sorry, when was your time frame to come back with a new fees and charges?
Yeah, so
if supported by the community.
early in 2026, the survey, we've given a deadline of December 2nd, so we'll be able to write the report soon after.
Because this is received as information.
How many groups are involved?
Pardon me?
How many groups are involved?
16. These are adult groups. These aren't, the kids groups, children's groups.
Okay, so because this is received as information, you don't need direction from us. You can still bring forward a report later on, right?
To the right report, yes.
Mhm. Okay. Sometimes there needs direction, but.
Well, if you would like to direct us.
No,
I
I
would
think
be
you're already
happy to
directed
that.
to do the work. I think you're committed to doing the work in the report. Some people get confused with received as information as doing nothing, right? But I don't think that's the case here.
So is the intent to prorate the hourly use in a way where everything's gonna be equal, or some groups gonna be paying more and some gonna be
No,
paying
it's
less, or?
it's the equal playing ground for
Okay.
athletic fields for everyone. That's the intention.
Okay. All right.
Okay, who moves that? Councillor Allard moves the public service recommendation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's carried. I am moving on to green space plan update.
So we have as well, as part of the team, we have Dave Domke and we have Miss Stephanie Whitehouse and Miss Shauna Prosiak as part of this green space plan update.
Thanks for all these.
Was it-
Welcome.
Yeah, they're gonna go ahead and get the presentation.
So carry on, Shauna, take the update through the group.
Thank you all for having us here today. What we're doing is giving an update on what we've been working on in the Green Space Plan, the Natural Corridors Bylaw, and biodiversity policy. So just a little bit of background. So we're working on the green space, creating the Green Space and Natural Corridors Bylaw, which will make it easier for the city to manage, protect, and restore natural areas and critical ecological corridors. A biodiversity policy, which will direct how we can better support biodiversity through planning and operations, and an implementation plan to action these documents and identify future needs. So why this is important, natural areas and biodiversity within the city are at risk due to habitat loss, degradation, invasive species, pollution, and climate change. We need to find a way to allow for development while still protecting and valuing the city's green spaces and natural infrastructure. These spaces are so valuable because of the benefits they provide to all living beings within the city. They offer food, shelter, shade and cooling, stormwater absorption, improve the air and water quality, medicines, mental and physical health benefits, plus many more.
So the intent is to ensure the plan and policy combines the strength of both Indigenous and Western knowledge, science, and worldview to address our green space and biodiversity challenges in a more holistic way for the benefit of future generations. Indigenous knowledge systems are built on strong relationships and the understanding that everything in nature is connected. The systems-based view is well suited to address complex challenges such as climate change and biodiversity loss. So since our last update, which was over a year ago in October of 2024, our consultants, HCFC Planning and Design Team, have awarded through request for proposal. They've completed phase 1 public engagement and a background research report, which we call the State of the Landscape. This process to develop the plan is being co-developed with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit governments and organizations, which include Southern Chiefs Organization, Manitoba Kiiwetinoong Okinakinak, Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, Treaty 1, Manitoba Métis Federation, and Tungasagit. And this process is the first of its kind for the city. It's being facilitated and funded by the Center for Indigenous Environmental Resources. So the co-development teams since the beginning have met numerous times and worked together to shape the vision, guiding principles, and key focus areas for the Green Space Plan and biodiversity policy. So some updates on what was found within the background research document and engagement findings include some key components of the research report that was also added as the appendix. That is just an at-a-glance document. The full document is massive, and it will come out with the bylaw. So some of the background information is overview of Winnipeg's natural heritage, assessment of habitat types within the city, discussion on connectivity and distribution, why it's important for wildlife movement, migration, genetic diversity, an overview of Indigenous knowledge and land stewardship, an overview of current policy and practices, and rethinking infrastructure, including valuing green infrastructure and cultural practices along with traditional built infrastructure. So we tend to really look at the hard landscape around us, the hard pipes and roads, and undervalue the green spaces that are providing tons of benefits to our city. So part of this is, what are the benefits? What are some of the financial benefits? So there was also an ecosystem services valuation report that was done through Green Analytics. And so ecosystem services is looking at regulating, supporting cultural and provisioning services. So all of these services are important to human survival. And we really focus on regulating and supporting services, which are really deal with biodiversity, more closely with biodiversity. So those are like stormwater management, air and water quality, heat regulation, pollination, habitat and biodiversity support. So some of the key takeaways we found are wetlands provide the highest ecological service value per hectare. So we get the most bang for our buck from the wetlands, especially because of the regulating services like the stormwater management, cleaning the water, areas that hold water in big rains. Another key takeaway is when you look at all of the city and privately owned natural areas and manicured spaces, so this is parks, forests, wetlands, all of those spaces, in 10 years, the city receives almost $1 billion in ecosystem services in value of that. So how much was that? Almost $1 billion. So that's in 10 years. So these are spaces that actually improve with time if we have some sort of maintenance on it, like very little, like it's more trying to deal with invasive species. And there is some management required, but it is much different than a manicured space. But there is a lot, these ecosystem services, every year we have value. It doesn't go away. So that's something we have to remember. So, but one thing to be cautious of is only 32% of these spaces are on city-owned land. So the rest of it is privately held. So that is a caution. So when you look at that, the value goes quite down significantly. So that's one of our really key challenges is how do we make sure when we're building our city, we're not destroying all of these spaces that are contributing to our health and wellness. And then, so that's, we've also looked at some tools available for municipalities for protection, acquisition, and restoration, like financial tools, incentives, bylaws on tree protection, forest, riparian protection, different partnerships and private stewardship. So there was like a broad overview of what other cities do and what kind of things we can take into account. So that is the state of the landscape report and a brief update on the phase 1 engagement. And that occurred March and April of this year. And then there was an online survey. So a public survey, we had over 2,000 people respond. There was also an online mapping tool where people can say where they go to connect with nature and tell stories about why these spaces are important to them. We had workshops with stakeholders, stakeholder meetings, and those included like the Urban Development Institute, Indigenous Design and Planning students, Winnipeg Indigenous Executive Circle. So we're really trying to look at a broad stakeholders within the city. And our workshops included many environmental activists that are working really hard in these areas already. Some of the public survey results are 89% of respondents strongly agree that green spaces and biodiversity matters. 98% are somewhat or very concerned about protecting green spaces and natural areas. And 97% of respondents to the public survey rated ensuring access to nature for future generations as very important or important. And then some takeaways from stakeholder workshops and interviews. There's a strong concern about habitat loss and biodiversity decline. There's frustration with current protection policies, enforcement, lack of resources for acquisition and maintenance, importance of equitable access for nature, for cultural programming, spiritual benefits, and traditional harvesting, and conflicting land use policies between growth and protection, which I know you guys have all heard. So the next steps are we are creating, so there's 8 next steps, which is a draft green space bylaws and policies in collaboration with the co-development team with input from key internal and external stakeholders, draft a biodiversity policy in collaboration with the co-development team with input from key internal and external stakeholders, draft strategic implementation plans, so that includes priorities and targets for acquisition and restoration, outlining resource requirements, innovative funding, and resourcing mechanisms for land acquisition and management, summarize and action recommended policy and bylaw amendments, and identify jurisdictional responsibilities to accomplish the interests of the plan and policies, determine monitoring and key performance indicators for ongoing reporting to council, draft the green space and natural corridors management best practices in relations to existing operations and standards, undertake and summarize the next phases of public engagement. So the next phase is currently underway. This phase of public engagement is with stakeholders. And we already have a couple workshops in the works and meetings set up with Urban Development Institute, the IDIPSA, again, the Indigenous Design and Advisory, looking at Indigenous knowledge and science and how we could incorporate it into the plan, and many others. We also have, our consultant is going to be at, let me just, a school summit where there's going to be some school children talking about how to incorporate biodiversity. Yeah, the Earth Summit. So they'll be talking about that. Yeah, December 4th, I think. This year? Yeah, this year.
I don't think it's the 4th, but
Yeah,
we can let you know.
beginning of December.
You're in Winnipeg?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
I have it
Send me
right
that
here.
information. Okay, sorry. Are you done your presentation? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah,
When
no.
you say children, I just.
I know, it's very exciting. So they'll actually get feedback from children.
Children.
About this. Yeah, so that's great. And then, yeah, so that's the public engagement phase happening right now. And then we'll be doing council seminars and presentations. And our goal is to get a draft bylaw to council in July. So that's a lot of stuff to do. So we are working really, really hard to try to do it.
Well, I got some questions.
Yeah, you want to have questions? Go ahead. I have questions too, so. go ahead.
Okay, so just in terms of, I know you have your project, your next steps, and the target is for 2026. I know that Councillor Wyatt mentioned maybe numbering them. So we
Yes.
would have an idea of importance and just to make sure, like it's really hard, you know, right now we have kind of a strong mayor model, so if there isn't a push for certain items, they might not get to the top.
Okay.
So it's like, how do we as a committee make sure that we're picking like not only the lowest hanging fruit, but getting to what our actual goals are in terms of this, if we don't have maybe strong proponents to push this forward. So is there an appetite to number these so we know what important ones we gotta kind of focus on?
So we certainly can. So with our consultant assignment, we do have some deliverables, which is the state of the landscape report, which they've completed. The green space and natural corridors bylaw. So that was and the biodiversity policy and the implementation plan. So we kind of look at those as our numbers, along with the engagement that supports it. So the green space bylaw and the biodiversity policy and the strategic implementation plan are the 3 upcoming items.
That are gonna come forward
Yes.
because the tree bylaw is a really critical one.
Yeah. Yes.
That I think would solve a
It
big,
would
big portion of what
definitely
we're
help.
seeing publicly.
Yes.
So, but how do we push that if there's not a will? So just, I don't know, I guess that's my concern.
So in our green space plan, what we're trying to do is at least deal with, to focus on corridors. So like the river corridor, so protection of vegetation along the river corridor is incredibly unbroken corridors throughout our city. And the vegetation along the riverbanks supports erosion control, it supports animal movement and biodiversity, like so much. So if we can at least start to focus on certain areas, maybe we can't address everything, but at least we can start somewhere.
Okay. And then another thing that I learned when I was out in Halifax, because I was part of Canadian Capital City, there was a Indigenous component to it, and somebody had picked tea, pine needle tea or whatever. And I was wondering, do we have any policies that like don't allow people for going and picking and foresting that maybe we should be reviewing along with this? Foraging being kind of a very supportive thing in terms of the Indigenous community, and wondering what policies we might have that hinder that ability to be able to go and pick.
And
yeah.
that would probably be the parks, like probably where they would be is depending on where we can restore and provide them.
Right now, in the park bylaw, it does limit people from damaging plant material, trees or plant material of any way, shape and means. So if you're looking at the potential harvest, I think harvest could be considered as long as it doesn't damage the population somehow. So it's a fine balance. So you just can't send anyone to pick everything and there might be nothing left, tragedy to commons.
And that has been raised by the Indigenous communities as well, is that you need to be very selective in your harvesting, and it's very important to not take everything, to leave some, so. I think
Is there something that's not falling through the cracks that we maybe need to do it? I don't know if it'd be under you or through parks.
Well, we
Like
work
a
together.
permit to harvest or like
We work
something.
together on these things. So certainly it could be an action item that could be considered in their plan. And then we'd be amenable to that as long as it doesn't harm the resource at the end.
For sure,
Right.
to protect, just make sure things keep growing,
And that is like, so one of the key focus areas that our co-development team brought up was native plants and being able to practice cultural, they're culturally significant. I don't know how to say it. Anyway.
Medicine harvesting.
Exactly. So part of it is is planting more native plants that can be harvested. So you need to make sure that it does work with our bylaws and policies. So that's a good point, yeah.
Good, okay.
And through the chair, just for clarification, you mentioned the tree protection bylaw. At the previous committee meeting, there was a 90-day extension granted for that report. So that's being requested as a separate report outside of.
Out of that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, outside of that.
yeah, okay, but it's coming forward.
It's coming forward.
Yeah, September 8th, we're granted 90-day extension.
Is there?
Can I go ahead of you?
Oh, yeah. Of course, you're the chair.
So I had a chance to look at the state of the landscape attic plans. I'm very interested in two portions. Natural corridor connectivity and distribution, and you called it stepping stones. Particularly important in fragmented landscapes like cities where true habitat corridors may not be available. And you have two figures here, figure 3 and figure 4. And I'm thinking in my head, the stepping stone patches, I think figure 4 is a fantastic look at what our city kind of looks like today and how, you know, it connects from the riverbank or from the rivers and then into a community park. Those stepping stones, is that, what would you call it? Is that like pocket parks?
It could be, yeah, it could be a park, just a park that we have, a neighborhood park. It could be even tree canopy along the roadway. So those are act as stepping stones for birds.
Right, right. And then is it saying that obviously we want to keep those, right? To ensure the connection between and not actually dissolve our green spaces into, I know housing has been kind of a big thing that we're seeing these days, not knocking that, not trying to take that out of context, but ensuring that our pocket parks kind of stay intact and maintained. Is that a correct assumption that I'm seeing from this document here?
So one of the goals is to look at all of the city's green spaces and not just parks. So it's also boulevards, stormwater retention basins, all of these, the canopy, all of this provides a network of connectivity or potential connectivity. So we also want to identify where there are critical gaps in the connectivity and look for, prioritize and look for different ways to enhance the connectivity through either the restoration of pocket parks or little neighborhood parks or introducing greater areas within a community park or another kind of park that may be underserved or may have some space to add trees or restore with native species as an example, but also look to prioritize nature-based solutions, green infrastructure, also known as green infrastructure. Like we know stormwater management is an important way that you can reintroduce biodiversity into urban landscapes. And we know that those kind of introduced wetlands play a critical role in ecosystem servicing. So really prioritizing also key corridors where we want to see nature-based solutions and where we want to maybe protect some setbacks or make sure that landscaping zoning considers landscaping where also the private homeowner can help to support the movement of species on those key corridors. So it does get into the realm of private property in those regards. So it's just making sure that we use all of the tools available to try to restore, to maintain and protect that connection, but also enhance and restore that.
And I feel like you're touching a lot on different departments.
Yes.
Right? You talk about water and waste. I know I've sat on that committee and we've talked a lot about exactly what you talked about. And then I think you've talked about landscape, which is property and development.
Yeah.
Right? Private homes and et cetera. So how is this going to ensure that it touches all departments and we're not working in silos? Because I know you've talked about creating, green space, bylaws, biodiversity policy, it lands here, but how do we ensure that all the departments are also, including that into their thought process, their bylaws, right?
Action 13.
There's there's the biodiversity policy, and that we're seeing more as a procedural implementation of policy that looks cross-departmentally at how we are all contributing to biodiversity. So that looks at the Montreal Pledge and the 15 actions that does cross different jurisdictions. So we, in our process, have involved all of the, many of the departments. We have an internal advisory group that is getting together to talk about these issues and review the Montreal Pledge and, you know, speak of everything from waste management to insect services to parks to streets. And so the biodiversity policy may have a bunch of actions that need to happen, you know, Green Street technical guides, you know, ways to make the city spongy, ways to prioritize. So we have a lot of work to do still. Okay. This work is not going to solve it all, but it's going to direct different departments to center biodiversity in their work. That's
Good, yeah, I'm glad to hear that. And then the other point I want to touch on, and I know you touched lightly on, and I think it's super important, is the value methodology. I think this is the first time we're hearing there's actually dollar amounts to our green spaces. Maybe not to put you on the spot, but you don't have to tell me about the methodology. It is quite complicated, but I think there was, and I wrote it down here. You said 32% are on public spaces. That's okay.
So like if you
Could
look
you
on.
add me, could you give me a dollar value? What is that dollar value?
Oh, yeah, I do have that. So for, okay, so for natural areas, okay, here we go. Right. Okay, so 29 million per year on city owned for.
29 million. That's
the
our value.
Yeah,
That's
every
the
year.
value, every year.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it keeps going. Like every year we still get it. That's right.
as long as we keep the land.
Yeah, there is another consideration that we're taking into the plan is some of our city-owned park land is not park. It is meant for future street right-of-ways, for example, or other future uses. So those are at risk. So some of the policy ideas we're looking at is if you take away, like no net loss, right? So if you're going, well, it's for the city portion at least, so then it's considered
We do it
as
right
part
now,
of the
so
project.
taking away green space per person.
Mhm.
Sorry, that was political.
Okay, it's perfect, 29 per million. I think that's a great number. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have.
Well, just like, I'm sure.
Sorry, yes, you
Yeah.
can go now.
Yeah, no, it's like just like of immediate value on private land. I can see the environmental license credits for stormwater retention and phosphorus reduction, particularly with wetlands. Like, I know it's water and waste and they're not here, but there's a clear material value there for the private lots. And like the trees, we said the thing about the metric for the, anyway, hearing here metrics, we can quantify things. And if those could be formalized, then there'd be a financial incentive for landowners to serve these spaces. Yeah, that would be great to see that, and I don't know if that's part of what's going on with the trees as well, but it doesn't seem to have been done anywhere in terms of giving just a financial value and an easy metric, short of like hiring arborists to do the work. But yeah, I mean, I know it's part of the report, but it's a very big report, but I see like immediate private value in the wetlands in their, I guess, the foregone credit in lieu of phosphate credits in lieu of the provincial environmental license and having that like written into policy, but or is that something that we're talking water and waste about, I guess, the question.
One thing we spoke with water and waste with, which isn't something we can implement as part of this plan, but as future considerations, is a stormwater utility. So it's not creating more charges, but it's factoring, there is a cost for stormwater, right? So it's just, there's ways that you can make a more spongy site, for example. And that could maybe have less cost for the city system overall, so maybe you're charged less. So there's different ways of doing it, but you have to put a value. Like right now, stormwater in many hardscapes has to be either stored in a container or it has to be, there's restrictions on the catch basins. So it's like you need space for it, but you could also do soft landscaping that can hold it, that can absorb some of the water and create also biodiversity benefits. So
What if we could align three things and create biodiversity benefits, stormwater retention, phosphorus reduction, and then get the water waste engineers to like engineer some numbers in terms of what that's worth? Seems to me we don't need to have sod everywhere,
yeah.
which comes with mowing costs and mowing cycles, and I don't know. It's multi-plate.
Yeah.
It's multi. It like, if it were possible, the chair's point, to like get three different lenses onto a project or a policy at the same time, like it seems to me you could stack those things and come up with something that works and that works either for the private landowner or for the city.
And that's why this project is so complex, because it deals with multiple departments. Like that is the idea, green spaces and green infrastructure, that the intent of it is multi-layered. So there's so many benefits, but you're working with all these different groups. So it's bringing it all together is the challenge.
I think the example, I was at a meeting yesterday that these folks put together and we had everyone there. We had the water and waste person there. We had the streets person there. We had Indigenous relations people there. We had the full gamut. So everyone is being involved. It's very exciting. And I can see that excitement with you that maybe, we can just get a better plan. This plan might not have everything, but the other thing it can do is point to directions that we should be doing things.
Yeah.
Further questions?
One more question, I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just in terms, I don't even know if we have our own greenhouse. That was another thing I learned from Halifax. Because there's such a high cost to getting everything brought in from Ontario and that they don't do native species. So they're finding that they're like, what's working isn't really working in their own environment in Halifax. So just lessons learned, like, is that something we should be considering here, is having our own greenhouse so we can create more native plants, more trees that are, to the Manitoba environment.
So through the chair, yeah, our city naturalists, they are growing their own native material, our native shrubs here now. We don't have a greenhouse, but we plant it out in our nursery and we harvest the stock and find it very important to keep the genetic integrity of the plant material from Winnipeg and in Manitoba within our city. It's a critical element of our program right now, and we can do more of it. We're proposing to do more of it in this plan too.
No further questions?
I'm happy to move.
Public service recommend. Okay, it's to receive it as information. Okay, moved by Councillor Gilroy. All those in favor?
Aye.
That's carried. Great work, ladies. Always appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 8, park asset naming. Hayward Ice Rink and Skate Shack. However, I think there needs to be an amendment because I think Councillor Orlico had sent the correct name we need to do. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, could you explain it and remind me again? Sorry.
Yeah. First Park supports this, number one. Number two, in the first item there, it refers to Brock Corrigan Park. It's actually called William Osler Park, so we need to get the record straight on that.
So we need to amend that the ice rink and skate shack at the, what's the name again?
William Osler.
We're at William Osler Park.
Okay, be named the Tom Hayward Ice Rink and Skate Shack.
Yeah, and I ran this by the counselor and he's fine with it.
Okay. That's just a slight amendment to item number 1. Okay. Anything else? No? Any questions, concerns from no? Can I get a mover on the amendment to item number 1? We can do that here. It doesn't go to council for the amendment, right? The amendment just happens here. Okay. Just a slight amendment to the name of the park. We have the wrong park name,
Okay,
and Councillor Orlico
Councillor
confirmed that
Orlico.
it's,
yeah,
William Osler.
William Osler Park.
I will
Move that
put my
amendment.
faith in Councillor Orlico.
Yeah,
So moved with that as amended.
yes. Thank you, Councillor Lard. All those in favor? Aye. It's carried. Moving on to item number 9, St. George Park Outdoor Classroom Naming.
Yeah. I mean, go ahead. Sorry.
The park supports this one and there's a funding source, so we're good with this.
No changes. We're good. Moved by Councillor Allard to move Real Community's recommendation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and that's carried. Move to item number 10, Manitoba Cricket Association, Liberia Park Cricket Fields.
So moved.
Oh,
Oh, wait.
nope.
You're good with that?
Yeah, good. There is a funding source for this already
Oh.
been approved. So
Yeah.
that's what it was
Yeah,
lacking.
Councillor.
So
It is.
it's not mentioned here, but it's already been approved.
Yeah, I just want clarification through the chair.
Sure.
That funding is identified by the area councillor for this.
Yes.
It doesn't say that here, so if you move this, essentially, it looks like we're directed to install signage at our cost.
Okay, so I can change that because I think that's political. So no,
It's just,
it's fair. So because I think the council's supporting it out of her cost, so do you want to just help me with the move that, that the funding is allocated from Councillor, I forget what the name of her word is. Councillor Lux's,
Landscape dedication reserve. That we're referring.
The funding source.
yeah,
Yes,
Through
that's
her-
the funding source.
through what?
The landscape dedication reserve.
It's not through her one, she told me it was her own word.
Well, that's LDR, yeah. Landscape education.
We have an application
Okay,
on LDR.
okay, I'll be.
That's one of ours,
okay,
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, are you asking that it be amended to include a condition?
yeah, all these come through with funding requirements, so this one is silent on that. So if it's silent, that would refer that we're just going ahead and putting the signage.
okay,
So subject to a condition that
Now-
funding for costs associated be provided by the Land Dedication Reserve Fund
Okay.
from the Waverly West Ward allocation. Yep.
so we have to-
It's the moved. So moved by Councillor Gourlay as amended. All those in favor? Aye, and that's carried. Seeing no other business, I just need consent agenda and adjournment, or just adjournment, please.
So moved.
Yeah, moved by Councillor Nat Allard. Adjournment at 1:56 PM. Thank you.